Live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Resident Evil 2. Thank you so much for coming on, Will.
My pleasure. Good to be back again. Hello to the chat. Greetings.
Yeah, greetings, everybody. Hello. Yeah, thank you for taking time out of your very busy falconry schedule to be here.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm a Falcon guy now. That's what I do. But I'm taking some time away from the birds to play a classic video game, or at least hang out while you play a classic video game.
Thank you so much for coming on. We're happy to have you.
Well, I'm now brimming with Raptor facts that I'm hyped to share with everyone.
Yeah. Probably. Do you know like an incredible amount now about these beautiful?
I know so
creatures?
much about these beautiful birds. I know so much about these beautiful birds. I don't even know where to begin.
I love that. Hello, Black Magic. Welcome. Well, normal, of course. Ah, it's so crunched. I love it.
Yeah.
Mmm.
All right, let's go.
A bizarre incident occurred in the outskirts of an American suburb called Raccoon City. It was later revealed that the terrible disaster had been caused by the T virus, a mutagenic toxin created by the international enterprise Umbrella Incorporated for use in bioweapon experiments. The Raccoon City Police Department's Special Stars Unit immediately began investigation into it. The case was
Raccoon City is the best name for a fictional place.
It's so good.
Redfield and Jill Valentine.
They finally revealed where it is. It's in Eastern PA.
But the Umbrella
I was
Corporation-
PA?
Or rather, Western PA.
Okay, because I was just gonna say Raccoon City always struck me as like a Pittsburgh type city.
Yeah, it is. That's it.
You know, like sort of mountainous in the forest, sort of a Rust Belt kind of rundown post-industrial landscape.
Absolutely. That's what it turned out to be. When they finally one of the games has a overhead map of the United States where they show well, the first outbreak was here, and it's just a quick passing thing. But I was like, wait a minute, enhance! I need to fucking know where. It's like Springfield from The Simpsons. Like, I need to know where it is. It's been too long.
Oregon.
Is it really?
Yes. There is. It's where Matt Groening grew up, and there is a nuclear power plant there, and there is a Springfield, Oregon, I think.
Okay.
Guy's a maniac. Why'd he bite me?
Pay attention to this. It'll come back later.
Chekhov's driver here.
Chekhov's truck driver, yeah.
Is anyone here? Hello? Hello? Look, I'm sorry I bothered you, okay? Just don't come any closer. Are you listening?
He doesn't know they're zombies yet, because this is kind of what it's like in Pittsburgh.
This is just a regular night at Gooskie's.
Yeah. Oh wow, a weird old trashed bar.
Don't shoot.
Down. We can't stay out here. Head to
That's the only time in the game where shooting someone in the head one time will put them down.
Yeah.
Unless you have the Magnum or shotgun.
There.
I forgot how sharp Leon is in the first one. He looks like David Bowie.
Okay.
Jed and Jeff with the 5 gifts, so thank you guys so much.
What's going on? I arrived in town, and the whole place went
Great.
insane.
I like Claire. Claire is just dressed like sort of a biker chick, and she already has like a knife strapped to her chest.
Great, huh? Name's Leon
Just-
Kennedy. Nice
She's a
to
bad
meet you.
bitch.
Mine's Claire.
She's a bad
Claire
babe.
Redfield. I came
Certified
from
baddie.
Chris.
Hey, could you open the glove box?
Sure. There's a gun inside.
Better take it with you.
No!
Always check the back seat.
Yeah, really. Oldest trick in the book. They're fine. They're like, oh man.
Still in one piece.
That maniac's gonna win! Run!
This one truck explosion separates our heroes for the rest of the game.
Claire!
It truly does.
I'm okay. Head to the station. I'll meet you there.
Although I must say I do like the remakes version of this where the driver, like, in this the driver gets bit and then turns into a zombie, which is like a perfectly reasonable, he didn't really do anything wrong arc. Whereas in the remake, he's eating like a big wet sandwich and fucking hits a guy with his car in the process.
Yeah, and then he's like, "Oh, whoa, what happened? Is everything okay?" Oh.
What is going on? Why is this? Yeah, why is this happening? Oh no! Voice act is very, very good.
He should have said he should have thrown a yins in there just to give you a clue as to where it's supposed to be.
Just to give you a nice little touch, you know?
Yeah.
I agree. This point they were still trying to be cagey about where this was happening.
Oh shit. Oh, this guy gets taken out quick.
Yeah, I didn't remember this at all because he's like,
yeah, he gets his own story.
Exactly. They like flesh him out. In fact, like, there's a book written by him in fucking Ethan Winter's house in 8. You like dick around his house. He's got all these books written by crucial Resident Evil characters of yore, and that's one of them.
Massacre, total massacre.
Oh shit.
Oh, okay. Time to be out.
Fuck yeah, if I got it. What's my
You go through that door?
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. I just can't figure out what my fucking run key is.
Yeah,
It's killing me.
I'm very slowly walking towards the door.
Just like creep out of here. Turning is a struggle in this one. I found the run key, but you're not gonna believe what it is. Take a guess what you think the in the PC version of this game what the run key would be.
F7.
It's perhaps even stranger than that. It is the escape key.
Oh my god.
It's just like the darkest timeline of control arrangements I've ever heard. Yes, that is, you heard me right, everyone. The run button is the escape key on this. The run is the escape key, O is aim, and J is shoot. And you move with the D-pad.
Yes, thank you, Honest Ed, for noting my painting of a grain elevator behind me. There we go.
Beautiful. Is that your next thing, or is that your old thing? Because you're a falconry guy now.
Oh yeah, I'm off. I'm grain elevators. I'm off that shit.
That's like old shit for me.
Yeah, grain. No,
that's memorabilia to me now.
Yeah, falconry is way older than grain elevators. We're talking 4,000 years old. Yeah, that's right. It's one of the oldest forms of hunting known to man.
Damn. So are you like a falconry hunter now? Is that your new thing?
I mean, I would like to be. I would like to aspire. The guy who sort of did this I don't know experience for us. I mean, he does this. He has like over 140 birds.
Yeah.
And he does these sort of excursions every weekend. And I would just like to have his life, basically.
Wait.
I would like to just take out my birds and go hunting with them, and or just spend some quality time with some amazing owls and eagles and things like that.
How many birds did you say?
He said he has 140 birds.
So every 2 days a year he just can change out birds, or does he just use like 10 of them every time he goes out?
I mean, I think he doesn't use he only hunts with a couple of them, but if you take one out to hunt, you got to give it some time to rest, especially if you're taking it in a car ride or something like that. So he uses a different hawk for each, he does a couple outings a day, and he uses a different hawk for each one of them.
Oh,
for the hunting portion of it.
Wow. That's honestly, I was joking at first. That's actually incredible.
And one of the things they do, I mean, I assume he sells some of these birds to educational groups, zoos, and Saudi princes or whatever.
Yeah, whoever needs like a falcon.
But one of the cool things he told me they did is he was hired by the MTA a couple of years ago. Him and his dad brought a couple hawks to Grand Central Station and let them loose inside there, and to take out 16 or 17 pigeons that had just gotten inside Grand Central Station and were beginning to breed and become an annoyance.
They bring in, so this New York State brought in falconers to.
Yep.
Wow.
It's like the most efficient way to get rid of a bird infestation, and they let them out there from 2 to 5 in the morning when almost no trains are running for just a couple hours, and it took them 3 nights to to exterminate all of the pigeons in Grand Central Station with 3 hawks.
God. Incredible. I mean, unless you're a pigeon, it probably is like being in the movie Alien, but that's learning about the existence of a hawk as a smaller bird is probably awful, but from the perspective of falconer, it's very cool. Oh yeah.
Airports, of course, to keep geese from creating another Sully incident.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of practical uses for falconry outside of just stunting.
Is that the main appeal initially, the stunting?
Well, yeah, I mean, as he explained it, obviously, it originated in the sort of Central Asian steppes 4,000 years ago. It's just a form of survival hunting that was very, very dependable. But it wasn't until the Crusades when, medieval Europe encountered a much more civilized and technologically advanced Middle Eastern culture that they were exposed to falconry, and it became very kind of in vogue for lords and ladies to go on their hunting parties and have a bird that they could send out to catch a goose or a duck or something like that. But it became much more of a sort of a fashion it became about stunting rather than a necessary hunting.
It's kind of one of the most swagged out things you can do. Understand this? I get why Yeah, exactly. This is my Falcon. Yeah, I got him on the Crusades.
So this is like one of the most iconic, like sort of main lobbies of any video game here. The Raccoon City Police Department that we know because of the lore in this game was originally an art museum.
It's why it is so strange.
Yeah,
Actually, there was an original first draft of Resident Evil 2 that had like a normal police station, and they decided it wasn't like interesting enough, so they threw.
Because police stations are not
super
particularly
interesting.
cinematic or interesting environments to be in.
Totally. I'm gonna take 1 second to fix the controls. We'll just keep chatting while we're doing that.
All right, cool.
So I watched Possession on your recommendation, by the way.
Okay, let's go.
What a film. What an excellent, absolutely beautiful film. One, you know how hard it is to find that movie now? It's out of print,
I can imagine.
Everywhere. It took me several days to track it down, but I did track it down. And it was fucking great. You were right. You were absolutely right.
Well, I mean, like, given how much we talked about John Carpenter and David Cronenberg on the last one, this was like a T-ball, knock it out of the park movie recommendation for you. I had no fears whatsoever that you were going to come back and say, or what wasn't my thing, really, because you watch Possession and you will see the DNA of just about like every major sort of horror interest that I know we both share.
Oh yeah, it's great. All right, there we go. It's working perfect. All right, I can play like I know how to play games now. Very good. But yeah, it was great. It was gorgeous. First of all, just like the filmography of it is absolutely like
more stunningly directed.
Yes.
And we were talking a little bit before we got on air. Like one of the things that he does, like the director does so spectacularly in this movie is pull off a number of absolutely wild tonal shifts throughout the movie that like you literally have no idea what kind of movie you're watching until the very end.
Well, that's what I thought. Like I remember being about like 40 minutes into the movie, and I was like, oh, I guess this is like really more of a psychological drama than a horror movie. But it's
Nope.
so good. No, I was wrong. I was way wrong. But it like is all those things, which is what's so cool about it. It's like it is the psychological drama about love and loss, but at the same time, it's also like just an incredible like the body horror. So it's just so good. Oh, it's so good.
The miscarriage scene on the subway is one of the most searing film sequences in cinema history.
It's so good.
One of the most absolutely unforgettable scenes you will ever encounter.
I'm blanking on the name of the lead actress, the female lead.
Isabella Gianni?
Yes. She's so fucking good. Her performance is absolutely incredible. Like even just her like physical performance, aside from like the line deliveries and everything, just like
it's
the way she fucking looks around is just like, oh god, it's so good. He looks so deranged.
I love like the first third of the movie or so is like this very searing breakup movie about like Sam Neill losing his mind because he thinks his wife is like cheating on him and is divorcing him. And like he's obsessed with like one of my favorite characters in the movie is like the guy she used to be with is like that sort of louche, like sort of swinger German guy.
I was gonna say the guy who's like
contact with him.
An icon of like if you're like imagine for me European guy who fucks your wife.
Yeah.
He comes perfectly to mind. It's like shirts unbuttoned all the way down here. He's always talking about like tantric yoga and shit.
and he's obsessed with that guy, and like he's like projecting all of his sort of rage and feeling of abandonment at this guy. I really love that one line delivery where Sam Neill goes, he's like, I know what you people are like, doing dope and things like that. Oh wait, could you put the game back in Discord for me? I'm not
Oh yeah, no problem.
Risk of their own lives.
But yeah. But like yeah, like it's all just a big fake out because you're like, oh, that's bad enough that your wife has left you for some fucking like my wife and I saw you across the bar and dig your vibe, a German man who wears bathrobes all day long. But then you find out that she has left you literally for fucking like a demon.
Oh yeah, and then
Here.
and he comes in. He's like,
Take
where
this key
is the
card. You should be
your
able to
wife I'm
unlock the doors
fucking
in the hall with this.
like
Now go.
game come through on your end, by the way?
Just go.
Yeah.
Cool. But yeah, like when he shows up and he's like, hey, thought I was supposed to fuck your wife today. Do you know where she is? And he's like, oh, I thought she was with you. And then like you find out her it's... God.
Interesting factoid about this movie. The I don't even know what you would call it, but the thing in the movie, the real lover,
Yes.
is the creature design and animatronics were done by the same person who created E.T.
Really?
Wow.
We got some, we got some leftover tentacles that we didn't use on ET.
Yeah.
Let's fucking throw some of these up there.
Ooh, Dapper Dan Dude Possession is getting a restoration theatrical release in October.
Yo!
Okay. All right, I will
That's
be
awesome.
copping that.
Cause that shit's
I will
like,
be copping that immediately.
yeah, that shit's like out of print. Like I found a Blu-ray copy of it. Like I not bought because it's insane, but I found one for sale. It was $140.
Good lord.
And it's for a Blu-ray, which means it's like not even that old. Like, figure Blu-rays have only been around for what, 10, 15 years? So like, it's not even like that old of a piece of media, and it's $140. I am so happy that that's getting a re-release. Because it's so good, it's absolutely worth having in your collection. I was asking if you've seen any other Zulawski movies? I'm not sure what those are. But...
Yeah, he's the director of Possession,
Oh,
and
word.
yes, I have seen On the Silver Globe, which is also incredible. It's like his sci-fi movie. It's incredible.
Ooh. That out, because I really liked his just like the artistic direction and cinematography and everything of that film is so good. Well
There's that one scene
it's just
there's that one scene very early in the movie where Sam Neill was getting debriefed because he starts out and you're like, oh, this guy's a secret agent, and then that goes away until the very end of the movie. But there's a scene where he's coming back from some mission or whatever, and he's being debriefed in that big office room, and the camera just loops around the whole room like 5 or 6 times. It's just there's these huge revolutions around everyone talking in the scene. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah. And just the way that everyone speaks to each other, that is so fucking beautiful. And I mean, part of that is just everyone has a beautiful Italian accent in that movie. But it's the writing of the dialogue is so good. It's so beautiful. It was just very much like a piece of art, a horror as art.
Yeah,
Not
absolutely.
that any kind of film, is art, but it was very clear. The intentionality behind it is so next level.
Does Claire start out with a lockpick in this version?
Claire does start out with a lockpick in this one.
Okay.
She absolutely does. Thank God. Whereas, it's you can tell that they kind of were just all right, we have a system, you got the girl, you give her a lockpick, you give her a grenade launcher, we kind of know what we're, we'll do the same thing. We'll port this over to, Leon and, Claire.
I remember I was talking to my good friend Brendan, the Punished Chapo producer and co-founder. We were talking about Possession a while ago, and he said he saw this interview with Sam Neill from a while ago, probably around Jurassic Park era. Sam Neill, and the interviewer made some stupid comment. They were like, oh, oh, you're a big name now. Isn't it good that you don't have to do movies like Possession anymore? And Sam Neill was just okay, let me stop you there. Possession is the best movie I've ever acted in.
Possession is so good. I don't know how you couldn't think that. I guess if the movie was too scary for you, but it's so fucking good. Oh no! Oh, okay, I forgot I healed myself. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, if I was in Possession, I'd be talking about how good Possession was still now too. It was just excellent. So what have you been up to outside of your falconry, Will?
And that's about it. I
Yeah.
really have not done anything that's worth mentioning other than falconry over the last month or so.
Yeah.
At least since I've last been here, I'm just same old. But I do have some Falcon facts that I think might interest the chat.
I would love to hear your falcon facts.
Okay. Start with an easy one. I feel like this is not deep lore or anything, but The peregrine falcon is the fastest living creature on Earth. It is like there is no species of animal that we know about that has ever been able to move through space as fast as a peregrine falcon. What would you guess is the limit, or like what we think is what we've been able to document the highest speed of a peregrine falcon? What would you guess that is?
Fastest animal. Oh, 30 miles an hour? 40 miles an hour?
For a peregrine falcon?
Bro, I have no idea. I'm not a falconer like
Okay.
you.
Try this is the fastest that has been documented.
Okay.
It's highly likely that like there are some that can hit even faster than this. And this was only recently done in the past couple of years with like, because they have GPS and laser telemetry to like accurately assess these things of like a peregrine falcon and its like sort of free dive attack. Try 245 miles an hour.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Jesus
And the
Christ.
guy told me that the way they did that was there's a guy who has a peregrine falcon that he works with and is like very, very trained and attuned to him. And he did this thing with National Geographic where he skydove out of a plane. And then like the bird went after him because he has like the little lure in his hand. And the bird follows him and he's just in free fall. And they had like National Geographic cameraman jumping with him and like basically a radar gun to clock it. And the thing followed him all the way down to the ground. And they looked at it and they were like, wow, that was amazing. Like we've never seen anything like that. And the whole time the guy who was the bird handler was like, no, we got to do it again. He's like, if you look at the footage, like look at their feathers, look at her feathers. Like she was basically braking the entire way down and it was at about 170 miles an hour.
God. Yeah, the idea that he's like, no. That to me, that's like a low speed for the for those of us in the Falcon. No.
Yeah,
that's
like
not even a fucking big deal. That's fucking nuts.
Yeah, like the bird had the brakes on the whole way down, and then they did it again. And it was like they did it. They delayed a longer time before they let the bird out of the airplane to follow him, and the bird hit 245 miles an hour.
Is that one of the birds that you got to interact with on your falconry?
Yes,
experience?
I did. I did not get to like hold the falcon on my wrist, but we did see two different species of falcons in their little like their roosts in their cages, just like right when you pull up the driveway. It's like the first thing you see. And he's got a peregrine falcon in one and what's called a gyrfalcon in the other. And they were both incredibly beautiful and impressive looking animals.
Wow. That's awesome. Are you like, you just like have a bird on command now at all times? Is that like your new thing?
I would like to.
Is that more of a goal?
Yeah, that is a life goal, is to at one point have my own falcon. But I mean, you do need to be licensed to have one in the state of New York. But if you are licensed to have them, you can legally hunt with them during hunting season.
Really?
Yep.
Wow. That's fucking wild. How does one get, quote unquote, get a falcon? Are they like raised in captivity?
No, I mean he breeds them himself. But I mean, this was my first question. I was like, how do you domesticate like a fucking wild bird?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm asking.
And the answer is you do it basically the same way you do with every other animals. It just basically you if you were able to find one that is young or still a juvenile, that is ideal. But even if you find like an adult, if you acclimate the bird to just like, if you just connect in the bird's mind to you and food, that's all that you need to do. And the thing is, if you ever stop feeding them, they would just fly away and not come back again.
Yeah.
But for a bird, even a highly skilled predator, even if they've killed a duck or even a turkey is, I think, like the biggest animal that they can take down and kill. And the turkey weighs about 16 times more than a falcon weighs about 1.5 pounds, and they can kill full-grown wild turkeys that are like 16 pounds.
Yeah, Turkey, I grew up around like wild turkeys. Those fuckers are big as shit. You don't realize how big they are until you see them in person.
Yeah, but a predator like that, even if after they've like taken down their prey, if you just find them and then give them food, they'll take the food that's given every time. Because even if they've
Really?
already expended the calories to kill it, it's like they would always prefer the guaranteed safe calories of food that is given to them rather than what they have to work for.
Interesting.
So like I mean it's that's really like that's what makes it pretty simple essentially. And apparently like this is so old and it originated in the Central Asian steppes because there are no trees there. So these birds they roost on the ground. So it'd be easy to imagine how like in a tribal kind of situation, nomadic situation, you would come across the nest of like let's say an eagle or hawk or something like that, and you may take the prey that they had just caught for themselves, and then slowly but surely, if you keep coming back, you'll notice that the eagle will bring twice as much food because they're counting on at least one of them getting taken away. And then someone
Oh.
eventually had the idea is like, I can steal from this bird today, or I can just steal the bird and eat every day. So
Yeah.
I mean that was the that's the origins of falconry. And it's not just falcons. You can hunt with eagles and hawks too. And there are, I don't know if you saw, like it was a while back, National Geographic did this amazing like photo spread about these like teenage girls in Mongolia who are still living a kind of very traditional lifestyle, and they're like still keeping alive the ancient practice of sort of eagle husbandry and hunting with golden eagles, which I think are like among the largest species of eagles. They have like an 8 or 9 foot wingspan. They're astonishingly large animals. And it's like, yeah, these are like 13-year-old girls, and they have an eagle on their wrist, and they're hunting with them. It was incredibly cool.
That's incredible. Yeah, someone in the chat is saying that they use golden eagles to hunt like deer-sized animals and shit.
Yeah, it gets even cooler than that. This is the other very cool falconry fact I learned. It is reputed that Genghis Khan had a flock of 200 war eagles that he trained to attack the faces of horses.
Really?
To break an opposing cavalry charge. They would let loose 200 fucking eagles that would swoop down and attack the eyes and face of opposing horses and cavalry.
I'm going back to try to pull the crossbow off the body of
tight.
Mr. Kendo now that I have easy controls. But that's fucking crazy. I like that
what's cool about watching the original, which I haven't played in a long time, is like the remake really does keep the layout of the police station and the look of it like very similar.
It really does. It's very faithful. There's like little arrangement differences, but like this whole under dip is there and stuff. Like stuff that like, isn't really necessary to replicate. They replicate very faithfully.
This is where you start out on like the B mission.
Yeah, you start in that like little, and then you get the like.
And you get the 45 in the police locker.
Yeah, I was about to say you get the weird handgun. I never do it. I think you do that in this one too. I know there's a gun that Leon holds like he's in an action movie that you have to unlock, but I don't remember what it's called in this one. Eric the Younger, what do I think of the Resident Evil movies? I think that the guy who directed them really went out of his way to try to make them about his wife. By adding the character Alice, which is like not necessarily bad, but was not entirely for me.
I actually quite like the Resident Evil movies. I mean, they are bad, but as far as video game movies, I think they're pretty good, and I like that they are, obviously like the further they go on, ludicrously unfaithful to the Resident Evil canon, but at least in the first one, faithful enough without taking it too seriously.
I thought the first one was good.
Yeah, the first one is the best for sure, but I mean, Paul W.S. Anderson, I simply must stand a wife guy like him, because if your wife was Mila Jovovich, I mean, I'd put her in every one of my movies too.
Yeah, you can't really blame him when his wife is Mila Jovovich. It's kind of like, like, oh man, this is a little ridiculous, but at the same time, what would I do different? Probably not anything if I were.
So, I don't know if people have commented yet, but you are fully decked out in a Raccoon City Police Department cosplay here.
Yes, I am. I'm wearing the. If you check Wesker's desk in the Stars room 50 times, you will find a hidden roll of film that you can develop into a picture of Rebecca Chambers from the first game, wearing this outfit, which I have replicated.
You gotta love Easter eggs like that.
So good. I remember this hallway from it, like my childhood playing this, because I specifically remember this. He had this missing. It seems to have been twisted off. I remember being a child, and I saw that, and I turned around, and I left. I just left. I was like, oh, you know what? I don't need to know it's over here. It's fine. It's not my problem. Yeah, yes, practically. The despicable Rebecca Chambers, because Shinji Mikami, the creator of Resident Evil, has gone on and on about how much he hates Rebecca Chambers, even though he wrote that character.
She's one of the main characters in Resident Evil 0. Right?
Yeah,
she's the medic, right?
Yeah, she's the support character, Chris's support character from 1. She's like, how you have Barry if you're Jill.
Oh, right.
You have Rebecca if you're, and she's honestly pretty useful. She can, like, heal you and stuff, but, Shinji Mikami believes that she is too submissive to be a good character in the Resident Evil universe. His quote, not mine. To which you gotta wonder, why don't you write her different?
Yeah, you created the character.
Like he's sitting there writing it like, oh, I hate this bitch. Like he's fucking Sutter Kane and doesn't have any control over it. Like, just make her not like that. Jock, you're not missing out too much. Resident Evil 1 with Chris is kind of a, it's not bad, but it's kind of grueling because he has 6 inventory slots. So he can carry 6 items of any size, which it turns out is not a lot. Fireplace.
Yeah, the item management in these original games is brutal.
Yeah.
They sacrifice the fire of hell.
My guess is you're probably gonna like the fireplace. That's like, that would be like the Resident Evil, at least the first step they're gonna want me to do. This is actually the PC version, Perry McGuire. We're running a mod to, some light modernization, make it run on modern consoles, you know, make it fit modern resolutions. And I think the only thing I think it added is I don't think there's a quick step in the original one. It lets you turn around instantly. But they added that. Other than that, it's a pretty faithful recreation of the PlayStation version.
Now, you know, no promises to these pigs in the chat or anything, but
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think the chances are of being able to get through all of Claire's mission, all of Claire's campaign, and on just today?
I haven't played this in so long. I don't know if I
Okay.
can.
I mean, if it were the Resident Evil 2 remake, you could probably knock it out in like 3 or 4 hours, right?
Yeah, I know the remake well enough that I can do that in one standard stream length, and we will be doing that after I finish. After we finish each of these, like because I'm gonna do Claire's campaign, the remake, Leon's campaign, the remake, Resident Evil 3, the remake, so we can kind of compare and contrast them in the way that.
Okay. Can I read the operation report?
Yes,
Can I
we
read
love it. This is my beautiful
Here we go.
podcaster voice.
All right. Operation report, September 26. The Raccoon Police Department was unexpectedly attacked by zombies. Many have been injured, even more were killed. During the attack, our communications equipment was destroyed, and we no longer have contact with the outside. We have decided to carry out an operation with the intent of rescuing any possible survivors, as well as prevent this disaster from spreading beyond Raccoon City. The details of the operation are as follows. Security of armaments and ammunition. Chief Irons has voiced concern regarding the issue of terrorism due to a series of recent unsolved incidents. On the very day before the zombies' attack, he made the decision to relocate all weapons to scattered intervals throughout the building as a temporary measure to prevent their possible seizure. Brilliant strategy. I mean, you could just keep them in a locked room.
I love
and
the
guard
idea
that,
of like that, like the ammo caches in game are part of like like someone had a plan was like, what if we just put like a box of bullets in every room?
Yeah, if there was like an assault on precinct 13 type situation, we don't want them. If they get a couple guns, that's fine. But we've hidden the ammo throughout the entire building in various chests, drawers, and bathroom stalls. Okay, intervals throughout the building as a temporary measure to prevent their possible seizure. Unfortunately, this decision has made it extremely difficult for us to locate all ammunition caches. Oh, this is the last thing we wanted to happen. When we really needed it, we were, oh wait, we hid bullets everywhere and various booby traps and works of art. It has become our top priority to recover these scattered munitions. To unlock the weapon storage, as stated earlier. It will be extremely difficult to secure all the ammunition. However, a considerable supply still remains in the underground weapon storage. Unfortunately, the person in charge of the card key used to access the weapon storage is missing and has been unable to locate the key. One of the breakers went down during the battle, and the electronic locks are not functioning in certain areas. It has become first priority to restore the power in the power room and secure those locks. Recorder, David Ford. Cops can't read. Operation report September 27th, 1 p.m. The West Barricade has been broken through and another exchange ensued. We sheltered the injured in the confiscation room on the first floor temporarily. 12 more people were injured in the battle. Recorder, David Ford. David Frum. Additional report.
David, yeah.
All right, we can cycle through this. There's a lot of reading here. But get back to the game. But
Yeah,
I
of
just wanted to
course.
do a little reading series, little Raccoon City reading series.
Yeah, that one was crazy long.
Yeah.
I was like, it's gonna keep going. It's gonna keep going until he tells me to stop.
Fucking Finnegan's Wake here. That is really funny about their strategy of hiding all the guns and ammo, and then they're like, "Oh, damn! Now we can't find them." Someone should have wrote down where we kept them.
I saw that, like, I had saw that when I was, like, testing this. Like, I didn't remember that. And I was like, oh, I'm just gonna let this one evolve naturally on screen. Yeah, our boss told us to hide all the bullets in, like, little boxes all over the place. And then, like, the very next page is like, yeah, so we can't find all the bullets on account of how we hid them and behind all the paintings in the building. So good.
I mean, it's not just fiction. This reminds me of when. Okay, well, let's get out of here real quick.
Reminds you of what?
Oh, the LAPD recently blew up that giant cache of fireworks in a residential neighborhood and like killed 2 people.
And you blew up a whole like fucking neighborhood.
Yeah, like blew out windows for like 12 blocks. And it was like they were like, yeah, we're going to detonate 14 pounds of explosives in a residential neighborhood. And then they were like, oh wait, did I say 14 pounds? It was actually 60 pounds of explosives.
Oh my god. How can you be that inept at your job? I guess you just don't give a shit. I guess it's just
lazy government employees.
Yeah.
Classic Resident Evil pushing puzzle.
We gotta have the classics. They are nice podiums that have a separately colored floor tile where it's like, I think I know what you want me to do. They're trying to put on a show for local media. I mean, they certainly did, Sophia. It's probably not what the show they intended to put on. Which is one of, like, pretty clear incompetence as they, like, blew up a town. And it's like, is there not a place they're supposed to go do this? Isn't there, like, lots of deserts in California?
Yeah, yeah. It's like LA is just, a 40-minute drive from the middle of the fucking desert. And like you'd think like a police department like the LAPD bomb squad would have like, facilities for the disposal of dangerous explosives.
Well, that's what got me was that when they were like, oh, they blew it up and they lied about how much was in it and it blew up. And I was kind of like, even if it was only 14 pounds, why are they blowing it up fucking trucks full of fireworks and explosives in people's neighborhoods? Like, that can't be the best way to do this.
Salsa Shark asks, do you think Andrew Cuomo would have had Rebecca Chambers transferred to his security detail? Yeah, definitely.
I love the headline of him where he says, Andrew Cuomo, I'm not perverted, I'm just Italian. That was his, like, reason to explain why he's so touchy. It was like, oh, I know I'm not a pervert, I'm just Italian, and we can't help it. We're just an amorous people.
All right, grenade launcher.
Beautiful.
I gotta say this, a 1998 game looks pretty good.
It really does.
Like, Capcom and Resident Evil, they really excel about like the sort of textures and details of interiors.
Yeah. Well, they do use a very interesting system in these early ones, which is that I'm gonna start pressing on this desk 50 times to get the thing. But anyway.
We'll be doing that for the next hour on the game.
While we talk, which is that they use like high-res at the time high-res, now they're not high-res, but at the time high-res photographs stretched over extremely simple maps. Like, this room without the textures is probably just like a bunch of rectangles, and like that's it. And they stretch high definition photographs over everything to make it look so good. And that's why there's all the fixed camera angles, because they can't rotate it. There is no 3D object. It's like an optical illusion created by the stretching of like meshing textures over an extremely simple there we go. Extremely simple rendered area. It's trash. It looks like lava space. Lava space in Philly? Yeah. All these pamphlets are about like anarchist food co-ops. What's been on your recent filmography that you've indulged yourself in, Will?
Okay.
What have you been watching? Or consuming?
Right,
I don't know. Maybe you've moved on from film. Maybe you're a I don't know.
Well, the
ARG guy now.
Well, the main TV show that we are watching in our house right now is that we are making our way through the entire run of the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, which somehow, despite being a certified Vanderpump Rules fan, I had never actually seen Queen Lisa in her original television program, and I gotta say, we just finished the second season of the original Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, and it is dark. It is very
really?
Some pretty real shit. Some pretty real shit happens on the second season of that show.
Really?
Involving domestic abuse and a suicide.
Whoa!
So,
wow!
Yeah,
it's like
I
real
was not
shit.
prepared for that. Real shit.
That's crazy.
Very entertaining show, though, regardless. But movies, all right.
Date movie?
Date movie. Yeah, I watched that.
Somebody said date movie.
For Brian for his.
Yeah, I
his
watched
movie
Epic Movie for Brian. God.
Okay, well you got to tell me about Epic Movie, because I've it has an even lower score on Rotten Tomatoes than Date Movie, which is astonishing to me, because Date Movie was just about the most painful viewing, most excruciating hour and a half I've ever had, gritting my teeth watching a movie. And honestly, watching that movie, I mean, it goes against type, but I really felt like a Tumblr teen in how viscerally offensive the whole movie was.
That's a thing that was a thing I was warned about by Brian. He was like, "You know, these movies are going to be really offensive," and I was like, I don't think I'm that easily. He's like, "No, you got to understand. We've been marveling at how offensive these movies are, and usually these things don't faze us, but God, oh my God." I heard Date Movie was worse as far as offensive
Date Movie
goes.
Yeah, because most of the jokes are just at the expense of women's self-esteem.
Yeah.
Yeah, violently terrible movie.
God. It sounds bad.
On the other end of this, okay, there we go.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Recruit.
Yeah, it just says, yeah. This is my image, simply marked recruit, buried in the bottom of my desk.
You got the hair and everything. This is
yeah,
a very successful cosplay.
I had to do it.
Well, on the other end of the spectrum, Catherine and I just showed her. I hadn't seen it since college, and man, oh man, it fucking hit me like a ton of bricks watching it again. But we just watched Chungking Express. Have you ever seen that?
No, I haven't. Tell me more.
Wong Kar-wai. I mean, it's like that and In the Mood for Love are probably his two best known movies. This is a movie that really it was just synonymous with the kind of cool indie style of the 90s, and also a growing appreciation for world cinema in the 90s. I mean, I don't really even know how to describe Chungking Express other than to just say, please watch it. It's just just a perfect movie. It's just beautiful in every way. I mean, it's just it's technically about love and romance, but it's not like a romantic movie. It's just sort of two unrelated stories of lovesick cops in Hong Kong, and it's just both stories are just very unexpected. They're funny but not really silly. I described it as like bittersweet but not sad. Catherine described it as two tales of semi-requited love, and the joy and heartbreak that implies. And I just, like I said, I saw it in college and loved it, but I hadn't seen it in years. And just watching it again, it just landed like a fucking gut punch. It was an astonishingly good movie.
See, that's the best kind of movie too. Something that you can watch in like college and then come back to it with like a certain level of like worldly experience to like recontextualize and help you like better understand.
Yeah, absolutely.
A film like that. This is Chris's diary. It basically just says that the D virus exists, but he takes like an incredibly long amount of time to say it. But he also has the unicorn medal for some reason. Like everyone's desk in this room is corresponded to the protagonist from the first game. Rebecca Chambers' desk. Her medkit is there. She's got a bunch of cardboard boxes to imply that she just moved in. Ooh, I forgot there was bullets here. Barry Burton's desk with all the guns. Owner is probably a member of the NRA, which I love because it's like a bunch of Japanese devs are like, oh fuck, what fucking America stuff do we know?
I mean, he's a
NRA!
cop. He's a cop. He wouldn't necessarily have to be a member of the NRA to have like a gun shit in his workspace. Oh yeah, and then as someone in the chat alluded to, probably because they follow me on Letterboxd or Catherine tweeted about it. I did a double feature. I curated a very high IQ double feature of Werner Herzog's Aguirre, The Wrath of God, and the new Jungle Cruise starring The Rock and Emily Blunt. Because wouldn't you know it, they're both about jungle cruises. And spoiler alert, Aguirre is a character in Jungle Cruise.
Wait, what?
Yeah. He's played quite differently by Edgar Ramirez than Klaus Kinski, but Aguirre is an antagonist in The Jungle Cruise starring The Rock.
When you started that like last sentence, I thought you were like had a bit you already had ready that you were working out. I did not expect you to be like, no, this is actually there's like a canonical reason.
Yeah, no, there's a reason I did it because Chris saw it. And he said Aguirre is a character in Jungle Cruise. So I was like, movie night, I know what I'm doing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So that paper, I'm going to skip it because it's really long, but essentially what it says is that you shouldn't trust Brian Irons, the police chief, because he did a bunch of rapes in college, but they let him go because he had good grades. And it does not say who sent it, and you have no additional information. You just get a printout on a printer that tells you to not trust Brian Irons because of his college rapes. Which is very, very strange, but I enjoy it.
Was that ammo back there?
Oh, you might be right.
On the ground?
Police chief is a fascist sex pest. I mean, yeah, but like also
he's so nasty. Yeah, he's awful in this game. Very good villain.
Oh, I really liked how they did him in the remake. I thought they made him just like the parts where.
I was mistaken. I thought it was back there.
Yeah.
No, I think you got all the ammo. Yeah.
But I liked how they did him a lot in the remake. Like the interactions he has with Sherry, you get to see how much of like a little fucking creep he is. It's really good. He's so fucking creepy. I mean, good representation of police chief, I'm sure.
Because I mean, like he's actually like a nasty, fairly frightening villain. Unlike all the antagonists in Resident Evil 4, like the little boy, the Castellan, Leon Kennedy.
I'm only 36 years old. Yeah, that guy, the guy who's like surrounded by all the fucking bug guys all the time, and he looks like Captain Crunch. That guy's great. That guy's a great character.
I was backseating Barry. I'm sorry for that. Once again, I apologize. I will be held accountable.
Yeah,
I'm holding myself to account.
It's okay. I've already swatted you. They're on their way.
They're on the way.
I have a single key that I press. Yeah, it just swats everybody in the chat. Police officers hate him. I love this animation of the 6 arms that are all left, like right arms that come through the wall at the same time. It kicks ass. It's great.
Very Sigourney Weaver in Ghostbusters.
It is. Absolutely. Ghostbusters. I haven't seen the Ghostbusters in... Are they trying to reboot that again? Isn't there like a second one now? They're like, no more lady Ghostbusters. Now it's guys again. Dudes
Get
are
these
on.
broads out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're like, but they replace ladies with kids, which is the only thing worse.
Oh
in my
god.
opinion.
The only thing worse. God. If you think about it, children are kind of the women of the developmental world. In a derogatory sense.
Yeah, that's what John Lennon said. Children are the women of the world.
Yeah, that was what he said. Yeah, that was what that was.
Yeah, that was what he said.
Ironically, less offensive than the thing that he actually was. Not one of his better, thought through quotes. Funny. I should get some healing. Okay, no, I have the green and the red herb to make the fucking ivermectin health up.
I think ivermectin actually work against the T virus because I think it is more of a parasite than a virus.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
You know, the liberal media, they're making fun of it and calling it horse paste, but actually, like in a zombie situation, you'd be begging to have ivermectin.
Ivermectin, isn't that the guy who killed Apollo Creed?
Oh yes, and Dapper Dan dude and others in the chat. The other movie that is a 5-star recommendation that everyone should absolutely see. I will be shocked if I see a better movie that came out this year than Riders of Justice, a Danish movie starring Mads Mikkelsen. That's really all you need to know.
Yeah, but, I love Mads Mikkelsen. Oh, he's
sort of
so
similar to
good.
Possession. The best way to watch Riders of Justice is to go into it not knowing anything about it. But all I will say is that if you go in expecting the movie that's on the poster, you will not be disappointed, but you will be like wildly thrown off base by like the actual movie that it ends up being, because it's. I don't want to ruin anything about it. Just know as little as possible going into it. But I was thoroughly blown away by Riders of Justice. It's a 5-star recommendation from me.
Who did that? Who directed that? You know?
Oh, Danish guy. I think he's done a couple other films that I haven't seen, but let me look it up.
I was just curious if it was somebody of previous renown. But I watched
Anders Thomas Jensen. Yeah.
Gotcha. I watched Mads Mikkelsen in pretty much anything, so he's so good.
He's the man. I would say that he's definitely the best living actor right now.
I think I would agree with that. He's just so good. I can't think of anything.
It's like he's both a great actor and like a great movie star.
Oh yeah, totally. He's just like such a an absolutely charismatic force.
Cause like he's so like, I mean, he's so like movie star handsome and like just like how sort of like chiseled his facial features are, but he also has like a weirdness to him.
He has like the maximum amount of handsomeness bones like a human being could have. Like he's got cheekbones everywhere, and
yeah,
he's like you said, he's like kind of weird looking, but it's like he's undeniably extremely handsome, but like in almost like a high model kind of way.
Yeah, like he's not movie star handsome in the way like Harrison Ford is.
Yeah.
You know, like there's something kind of like otherworldly and sinister to him.
Yeah, he's got like a blanking on her name. Woman that looks like David Bowie.
Tilda Swinton.
Yeah, I got like a Tilda Swinton, like a male Tilda Swinton thing going on.
Yeah, that's a good way of thinking of it.
Like, whereas Tilda Swinton is like, you know, like very beautiful, but also kind of looks like she could be like a ghost or a fae or something.
An alien of some
yeah,
kind.
exactly. Like not like if you were like to get revealed that like she wasn't a human being, you'd be like, that, you know. That,
okay, well that makes sense.
Yeah, that checks out actually.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Oh, he was great in the in Bond too. Mikkelsen. I loved Mikkelsen's. He was Casino Royale, I think.
Yeah, Casino Royale, including the famous CBT scene, first and only time in a James Bond movie.
Honestly, that's kind of surprising. I feel like James
I
Bond.
suppose the way that in Goldfinger he almost gets CBT'd with that laser, but it stops before any work gets done.
Yeah, before there's
Before
any
he gets
payoff.
circumcised.
Yeah, before you could, yeah, exactly, before he gets circumcised. Before there's any payoff for the viewer.
And I do like it because there was recently there was a really good interview with Meds in New York Magazine, and he talks about that scene and how fun it was to do with Daniel Craig because they were both just totally geeking over the fact that they were like, finally the homoeroticism in James Bond can just stop being subtext and just be text.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
And then I also like it in the Craig Bond movies in Skyfall with Javier Bardem as the villain, who's excellent. Not as good as Mads, but he's the other really good Bond villain of the Craig era. In the scene where like he is torturing or debriefing Bond, Bond lets it slip, or not let it slip. He just admits to the fact that he has definitely done gay for pay and for Her Majesty's for Her Royal Highness. Which makes sense if you're a guy like James Bond. You know, you can only honeypot so many women before, like, the utility of that. It all depends on the mission.
Yeah,
if it's for God and country, you got to do what you got to do.
And I feel like on average, it's probably more useful to honeypot men.
Absolutely. It's way easier.
It's exactly.
And that's funny because apparently, like, the KGB during the Cold War basically knew everything that was going on in MI6, and one of the most effective ways they did that was by honeypotting men.
It's not that hard. It's like, it's one of the key vulnerabilities.
Especially if we're talking Great Britain.
Oh yeah. Well, it's a little tougher there, because that you have to account for the three base sexualities there, that of men, women, and nonces.
Yeah. Who gives the best head mean but Bond, Jason Bourne, and the Transporter? You know what? I'm gonna say the Transporter.
You made it.
Yeah.
They call him the Transporter
Have you
for a
seen
reason.
a little girl around here?
It's that big
Yeah, you
bald
just
dome.
Who is she?
I don't know. But it's too dangerous.
Yeah,
for her to
the
stay
Cold War they
here alone.
referred to it
Leon,
as the
go
Iron
look for
Dome,
her. You go and find us a way out of here.
Of
or the
course.
part of their
If you
honeypotting
like the bet,
strategy.
Here's a radio. That way we can keep in touch if something comes up.
I suppose I can't. A big mallet? Can I take that? No, of course not. This isn't Silent Hill. We're not. We replayed the Silent Hills recently. You were on for the first one.
Yeah.
By the third
How
one?
did you end up liking the rest of the rest of the original Silent Hill, and what did you think of the Silent Hill series as compared to
I think
Resident Evil?
2 is probably the best one. I think 2 is really, really narratively strong. Much better, much more narratively strong than a game from like its era has any right to be perfectly honest. It was really good. I don't think they play as well as the Resident Evils. I think the Resident Evils are more fun to play. I think there's a lot of cool plot stuff going on in Silent Hill, but they don't play the best.
It seemed like the movement and the puzzles were a little bit arduous. Just from watching.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
The famous police station library with all the books that aren't being read.
Police, they love to go to the library. It's like, a big thing for the police.
A-Lab. All librarians are bastards.
Oh,
They're book cops.
You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah, librarians, they get the wall.
Go to your local library and fuck up the Dewey Decimal System.
Just don't return books. They can't put you in jail for it.
Slightly damage the covers on some stuff.
Dog-ear the pages.
Yeah, do some culture jamming,
I'm kidding. Don't no one actually do that. Don't ever disrespect libraries or books, people.
Yeah, please don't.
This is a PSA from Will Menaker.
Be good to librarians. If someone's gonna go to the library and jack up the nonfiction section and they're gonna find a manifesto on them after they gun them down. That it's all about. Will MENAKER told me to come here and fuck up the duodecimal system. But please disrespect the podcast A-Lab. We're always disrespecting the podcast A-Lab here. I'm kidding, of course. I love Drew. Big friend of the stream. Besides, A-Lab only updates their podcast like once every other year. So like, what are you even gonna do to them? Oh, dude needs to like see like a fucking full blood moon in order to like make a podcast. So I'm not super worried. They do when they update though.
I'm now imagining a January 6th style insurrection, but where they storm the Library of Congress to free all the books.
I loved how that went down. Like, they just kind of got in there and just like milled around for a couple hours. All the shots of like the people like staying within the stanchions with the velvet ropes while storming the Capitol are just so pleasing to me.
One or two of them were cool enough to just smoke weed in Congress, but like most of them are facing 20 years in prison for farting on Nancy Pelosi's chair. Which is like, look, if you're gonna go down to the beast, I mean, at least make it worthwhile.
Yeah, absolutely. And nobody made it worthwhile. Did you hear that the guy who's representing a lot of them they're having trouble with legal counsel now because that guy got COVID and he's intubated right now.
Oh, you surprised me.
Shocking, right? But apparently they're having trouble getting those people legal counsel because one guy was covering a lot of them, and he got the Delta variant because he wasn't vaccinated. Somebody tried to sell Pelosi's laptop. What's your plan there in the long run? They won't notice this. Like, they won't notice that I'm selling this. That was a lie? He actually disappeared? Really? God, I don't know if that's better or worse. I mean, better for him, I guess.
Oh shit, he's probably facing a shitload of federal charges too.
It's true.
So I mean, this is like the perfect time to fake your own death.
Yeah, there's never been a better time in history. Ever since like, I guess probably like, what, 1900 when dynamite got invented was probably the last time it was this good to fake your own death.
Yeah, all you need is a Facebook post being like, "Please pray for Will. he's in the hospital right now."
Oh yeah, sorry. Will's got the Ligma variant, and we don't think he's gonna make it.
Just like a very tightly focused, a shot of you in bed, where it's just like you looking sad and sick, and like maybe having a mask on, and it's like, yeah, this is me in the hospital. I'm dying.
I'm just imagine, you know, the picture of Bolsonaro where he's like got 1,000 tubes in him. Yeah, it's exactly what I'm imagining. Stronger than ever. God. And I'll admit that one of the few highlights of a tough year was that every day I knew I could wake up and Bolsonaro would have gotten a new instance of COVID that day. I do miss that.
Or have just been attacked by an emu.
Every day, like, yeah, he gets up and he like goes outside and he like provokes some wild animals in, you know, the wilds of Brazil. He gets a plate with the freshest new COVID samples on it and just licks it clean, and then gets to work, as far as I can tell, not really doing anything. Okay. That.
Do you have to burn bodies like in this one, like in the first one?
You do not, thank God.
Okay, yeah, that was a really annoying feature of the first game.
Yeah, no, they took that one. That was just, oh, I think it's only in the remake of the first one or something like that. Because I have talked about this before, but the original first one is really hard in a different way, which is that there's really low ammo and health like anywhere. And the reason that is because at the time, the video game market in America was based around rentals, and so they figured if they made the game really hard, you would have to rent it more times from Blockbuster to beat it.
Fair enough. Chris Person in the chat says Bolsonaro has contracted the T virus. I'm just imagining him giving that dumb thumbs up, but his arm is mutated into this like gigantic fucking slug weapon, and he's.
Is the thumbs up hand the good hand or the mutated hand?
No, it's the mutated like weapon arm, but it's just like a big thumbs up. It's just a giant fist, just frozen into a thumbs up position.
Oh god. I don't know if it's better to imagine that like the shirt has been destroyed in the process, or if that they have like quickly fitted him with a new shirt that fits over the arm. God, it's amazing that Owen Man could have so much COVID. I'm glad for him. It's a treat, but it's a treat for all of us. Fire rounds back. He's got a rocket launcher on his shoulder. Yeah, that's regular Bolsonaro though. That's not even the one from the concept we're dreaming up here. Yeah, there's gonna be like 2 or 3 strains alone that are entirely produced by Bolsonaro. Just the most COVID havingest guy of all time. So when we had Felix on, he was talking about you guys were spitballing the idea of going back out on the road. You guys doing it now, or you think you're backing off it for a little bit?
It's been hard to do it because basically for this fall, like everyone is going back on the road, and it's very hard to book venues. But like originally we wanted to do it, hit the South for the first time, but it's just, I don't know, like with COVID just not seeming to go away, it feels a little weird to do that. We are, however, going to be at the South by Southwest Festival.
Ooh, really? That's awesome.
We were invited by Patreon to do a live event at South by Southwest. So that's probably going to be our next live event. I forget when that is. I think it's early next year.
That's awesome, dude. That's great.
But I think we're hoping like spring to either originally do, like I said, our plans to hit Louisiana and Texas, or perhaps the Mountain West states, do like Salt Lake City, Denver, and Las Vegas, hopefully.
Las Vegas. Fancy.
But it's just like the things like with doing live events now and booking stuff, it's like either everyone is trying to book the same venues at the same time, or it's just like, in states where I'd feel bad doing it because 400 people are dying every day of coronavirus.
Yeah, you don't want to. It's hard to do like a tour of the South when it's like the rates are so high. It feels almost like, in addition to like safety, I'm sure you and most of your listeners are probably vaccinated, but still.
I would assume so. It just still feels a little weird. It still feels a little like Mask of the Red Death. Like, hey everybody, check out this giant black clock we have in the center of the stage. Isn't that cool?
We love it. We're having this great masquerade party during,
The good times will never end.
It's a little rough. But it's funny, because it's like at the same time, like I'm in a band and everything, and it's like you can't book anywhere. Either they're booked out for the next like 10 months, or they're not open at all. And it's like a crapshoot which one is which. It's like a really weird time to be a live performer, at least around here at least. I don't know if it's the same thing up where you guys are, where you're trying to book out at.
I mean, we'd probably do another show just in Brooklyn, like at our sort of like our home field advantage venue. I mean, I'd be fine doing that because I don't know, it just doesn't seem so hectic in New York City, at least.
Yeah, that's true. And I think it was it Bonnaroo that happened recently? There's like an insane amount of people there, but the amount of COVID cases was not very high because they checked vax cards at the door, which I was pretty surprised about. Felix actually told me that because I was like, I saw the pictures, I was like, ooh, that looks like tons of people died there, and apparently it was no Sturgis. Apparently that works. I hope it stays that way. People are getting like boosters now for it, but that's okay. I'll take another shot. I got
that Biden booster.
Yeah, I got that deadly Johnson & Johnson, so I don't know what they're gonna do to me. The one they pulled off the market because it kept giving a bunch of women strokes or whatever, but like, that's fine. It's not my problem. So I want your opinion on the zombie genre real quick. Are you a fast zombie guy or a slow zombie guy?
Ooh, slow zombie. You know, I mean, like it just to me the zombie genre is George Romero's movies and like basically nothing else. I do very much. I did really enjoy Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead remake. It's probably his best movie he's ever done, and that of course has fast zombies, which just add another level of like how fucked you would be if in that kind of survival situation. Because you know, slow moving zombies like the original Dawn of the Dead is like, you know, outside how it all ends, it's for a short period there where they're just tooling around a mall, shooting people from a car, or zombies, I should say. Is about the. It seems like it's about the most fun you can have without getting arrested.
Oh yeah.
But
it seems pretty good. It's all kind of like it's almost like recreational target shooting at that point.
yeah,
If you're already
yeah. And
safe
as someone
from
said,
it.
as Jen and Jeff said, zombies do not run, and I guess like you know, just for canon reasons. I mean, if rigor mortis has set in, it doesn't really make much sense that they would be that spry and quick on their feet.
Yeah.
They should be just sort of like shambling cadavers, kind of like stumbling about slowly.
Yeah. I think that it makes for a different kind of film, and I think that the kind of film you get out of the slow zombie, at least for me, is more interesting.
It is because you feel bad for them.
Yeah, and it's much more like you have to create interpersonal human conflict for to have things fall apart in that kind of movie. Whereas the fast zombie movie can just be on and be like, well, that zombie was a guy who ran track. Guess I'm fucked. Whereas in like the slow zombie movie, it's much more. There's always like the breakdown of communication that is that creates the crisis going into the third act. And I think that's more engaging than just having it then run you down.
I mean, and like, and that's a telling feature of like Zack Snyder's worldview versus George Romero's, because like when they are fast zombies, they are just so relentlessly terrifying that you feel no sort of pang of like dehumanization as you just shoot them in the head over and over again. Because they're such a threat, they're so monstrous that, like I said, there's no pang of guilt. And I think like especially in Dawn of the Dead or like the Romero zombie movies, it's just like the more you dehumanize these zombies and like the easier it is for you to just like shoot them and like enjoy doing it, like the more dehumanized you are yourself, and like that is ultimately what leads to like the horror and the breakdown of any situation is the people who aren't zombies.
Yeah, I agree, absolutely. Like to me, like that's like the appeal of the zombie film is like a kind of like a weird commentary on human nature. I think that based on what we've seen in the world recently, like waiting for the zombie movie that comes out, and then like maybe like a fourth of the guys are just like, yeah, no, the zombies aren't even real. Like they didn't happen. Because it's like I don't think anyone considered that was a possibility until recently. But
it would be way too on the nose, you know. People would just you'd groan if that was a feature of a zombie movie pre-COVID.
Yeah, whereas now it's like, oh fuck, I guess this is actually a viable path. Has Will play? That's a good question. I actually haven't played that myself. Will, have you played The Last of Us?
No, I have not.
Very critically renowned zombie franchise that is
They're fungus zombies, which I think is a pretty cool idea.
I do like the fungus zombies. Resident Evil 8 hits you with those too. 7 and 8, which I know you played Resident Evil Village, so.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I played both Biohazard and Village. They're fantastic.
They're both so good. Both so good.
In those though, it's mold, you know, and as I understand The Last of Us, it's like actually like the what is it? Like those things that make ants go insane and grow giant horns out of their head. What's that called?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. It's like a fungal parasite.
Yeah. Cordyceps.
Cordyceps. Yeah. Yeah, the monsters in Resident Evil 4 are based on those too. Or inspired by them. You find a document in-game that explains what they are, which makes me think that the devs were like, oh, we gotta tell these people about it. Yeah, The Last Plague House, yeah, they're like, you find a bunch of documents in-game that are like, well, here's some animals we think they might be like, and the very first one is the Cordyceps.
I mean, I just think what separates the Romero movies from like how you know, like for instance, The Walking Dead, which killed the zombie genre for me. Like I don't want to see anything with zombies ever again. Basically,
Yeah,
after
I feel that. The Walking
Because like
Dead.
I watched like 4 seasons of that show, and man, it just got worse and worse. And like I apparently there are people still watching it who haven't pulled the ripcord on that. But like just how like utterly dehumanized, like, but like not in a good way. It's not making a commentary on it. It's just like it's just reveling in this fantasy of like blowing away other human beings, but like it's justified because they're technically dead already. And it's just
Yeah.
this like kind of like fantasy of like sort of frontier masculinity and just sort of like yeah, just like reveling in blowing away your former neighbors or coworkers or whatever. Whereas like, you know, Romero's movies have such a humanity to them. I mean, like they really you feel bad for the zombies. The zombies in the Romero movies are like the only sympathetic characters in them, really.
Oh yeah, totally. And it really ought to be that way too, because like part of the horror of that should be that you live in a community and you see people that you know or and you know love or even just like or are acquainted with that are no longer one no longer themselves, and two like require you to perform pretty like fucked up and frankly like traumatizing to do acts to defend yourself against them. Oh sick, they give you the bow gun. This is the bow gun that I missed taking off the body of Kendo because the controller wasn't working yet.
Hold on, I'm going to grab a beverage, but I will be back in
Go
1
for
second.
it. For it. Yeah, take a sip is right. Thank you to everyone who's sent in gift subs, by the way. It is September, which means all subscriptions and gift subs are 20% off. Thank you guys very much. Is Dark Souls a zombie game? Kind of. In the same way that, like, Stubbs the Zombie is a zombie game. It's just, like, I don't know if it's a zombie game as far as, like, or zombie media as far as, like, what we expect zombies as a genre to represent, but, there do be some zombies in it. That's for sure. Yeah, it's about consuming others endlessly. My most recent... Whoa, fuck! My most recent Dark Souls run, I did a Dark Wraith guy, and there's like that woman you're supposed to rescue from the Tomb of the Giants, and I just like sucked all her humanity out, and she has like a specialty dialogue that only plays when you grab her with the Dark Hand, where she's like, oh no, I can't stop you, but please, if I lose my sanity, finish me off. And I was like, wow, I feel like I'm really fucking shit. Hey, maybe this isn't for me. Maybe I'm not tough enough. God, that was great. The jump scare through the door. Papakama's Glass Staircase does that also. I really liked it. Like, taking things like... Because traditionally those are loading screens, and to take things that, like, appear to be loading screens and make them scared is really good.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. Get what you need? What's on the menu today?
So we got a Pilsner Urkel.
Ooh.
Can check.
Hell yeah.
Oh yes, Clowntown. The Hawk was from the Hawk and Owl family. Yes, indeed, they were the famous raptor family of Goshen, New York. So I guess these are known among the raptor community. But yeah, only 90 minutes outside of New York. It was a very very easy day trip.
I saw was the Hawk of the Hawk/Owl family in Goshen, and I just that was like a reference to an anime. I didn't realize that was like a real thing until you responded.
It could be.
It. I was like, what is this, like a... It's like a part of Sekiro I don't remember or something. That's so cool, though.
So I'm gonna ask, what is my favorite Romero film? I mean, excluding the Dead movies. I mean, because it's hard to choose against the original Night of the Living Dead or Dawn of the Dead. I would say, excluding his zombie movies, I would go with The Crazies, which is also pretty much a zombie movie, but if you've not seen the original Crazies, it's fantastic.
I was gonna also say Crazies. I love Romero. Oh, he's great. Didn't they they do a remake of that was not quite the same level though? They always do that
Yeah.
with horror movies.
Yeah, they did do a remake of the Crazies. It was, it wasn't bad. It doesn't have the same like very scabrous humor as Romero's version.
Yeah.
It stars with Timothy OnlyFans. That's the lead in it.
Oh, Timothy OnlyFans. The Timothy OnlyFans?
Yes.
Wow. That's star power.
All right, so we've extinguished the helicopter fire.
Yeah, so I think we gotta go back in and through the building. Try to get around it. It's just, I'll be honest, like, it's been so long. I don't remember this guy. I was like, I'm gonna know this. I played the remake a bunch. I played this as a bunch as a kid. I didn't know how to play this. I'm playing it, I'm like... This room I remember, though.
This is
distinctly.
Mr. X comes out in the remake.
Yeah, and it's the room where all those windows blow out later and all the crows attack you. And the reason I remember that is because as a child it scared me like horribly. God. My when I was very young, my friend's older brother used to play this, and it was like my first exposure to like a piece of horror media that wasn't exclusively designed for children. Like, you know, like your Goosebumps.
Did it freak you out?
Yes, it did. Very much so. I was like, captivated.
So when you saw the message that like the head appears to be twisted off, you were like terrified as a
kid. Oh yeah, I was like, oh no! Wait, no! You're a kid, you got a vivid imagination when you're a kid. A kid, you can read stuff and be like, oh no! Whereas now, like, the internet has desensitized us so much that like, you could see two people taking chainsaws to each other, and you're like, oh, this is like a quaint Rotten.com reference.
Remember, like, there's a joke on The Simpsons where like Bart is showing Lisa a movie that's like way too scary for her, and he goes, "Lisa, if you don't watch the violence, you'll never be desensitized to it."
He's right. That's the problem. That's why you got to make sure to get it in. That's why we start kids on Fortnite now, so they're ready to shoot people when they get older.
Yeah. The military recruiters are definitely hanging out in the Fortnite lobby.
Yeah,
they're grooming kids on the military Discord.
You ever see the image someone took? It was like, it's originally like the 35-year-old groomer, and someone photoshopped him to have like a military hat on, and all these things are like, oh, you're so mature for your age. Oh, you're spending too much time with your friends. You should be spending that in the Middle East.
The recruiter.
Yes, I love it. No, don't go to college. You're so young and strong. Haha. I didn't really think about it until I was much older. It's like my high school just had like a recruiter's table in the lunchroom, and every day there were military recruiters just hanging out. And in retrospect, it's like kind of like psycho country stuff.
Yeah, you fucked up, right?
Yeah.
I went to a Quaker high school, so I did not have that experience.
You went to a Quaker high school?
Yes.
Are you of Quaker blood?
No, but if you're basically Quaker high schools are where you go if you're a fancy lad from New York or Washington D.C.
Got you. You're a fancy lad. That checks out. Oh, I think I have to find a way around that helicopter. Wait, yeah, Quaker Steak and Lube, precisely. That's where the name comes from, for the religion, Quaker. Military guy called me and yelled at me for not wanting to join and being against the Iraq War in high school. One of the great things is that you can just disrespect military recruiters and there's no consequences to it. You can just do it anytime you want. And it's been so fun to watch like these young internet savvy Zoomers like post them like just fucking with military recruiters. It's been a real treat. Here we are.
What item did you get from the helicopter? What was that?
I didn't get anything. I just was a.
Oh, okay.
use a unique scream. Was playing this game on the Sega Dreamcast recently called Carrier, and all of their screams in it are just chopped short Wilhelm screams. Every single scream in the game, it's great. This room actually is in the remake for the statue. Statue reads, "Harness the bridge. 5 2 lights. The gems? Yeah, okay. Yeah, at some point I gotta get Carrier on the stream. Carrier is the only game I've ever seen that when it has trouble rendering, instead of not running, it renders like a wireframe version of the area and just like lets you play in that. It's very strange. RE2 is still your favorite for best RE? I think that's fair. The remake or the original? That's true. I watched Slither recently. Have you seen that, Will?
Oh yeah, that was like James Gunn's first movie.
James Gunn's first movie,
I enjoyed
yes.
it. It was pretty fun.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I didn't realize it was James Gunn when I watched it, but I thought it was pretty good. It's been a while since I had seen it when it came out, like, way back. Which, I think, like, 2004 or something like that, which is now, like, a million years ago. But,
And you know what? I cannot lie. I cannot do a cap. I actually was very entertained by his Suicide Squad movie.
was that the newest one, or the...
Yeah, the new one.
I heard that was good, which is, like, mind-boggling to me, because I saw the 2016 Suicide Squad, and it was the worst movie I've ever seen in my entire life.
Oh yeah, it was awful.
It was so bad. I think the only movie I've ever left without finishing it, but everyone's saying the new Suicide Squad's good. I hear John Cena's great in it.
I thought it was fun. It was fun.
Yeah. I like the shark guy a lot. I haven't seen it yet, but I really like his design.
Voiced by Sylvester Stallone.
Is that who does that?
Yeah.
Wow. We need like a big dumb guy voice, just a stupid guy voice. Who is this available?
Oh yeah, Slither was not his first movie apparently,
Really?
and someone's pointing out that James Gunn came up through Trauma
Really?
and Lloyd Kaufman. Yeah, I think he worked with Lloyd Kaufman. I think that was his entrance into the world of film.
I had no idea. That's crazy. God, I haven't seen a Trauma in ages. Last time I watched Toxic Avenger, which I think was a year or two ago. Was Bad Taste a Trauma or no? That's just a bad movie.
That's Peter Jackson.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if that was like in association with them or not. Sometimes when a movie gets bad enough, I just start to assume it's a Trauma production. Like, seems pretty. Acting in this is really, really bad. This has got to be like a Trauma product, right? It's amazing how many people come up through horror as a genre, like as directors. Seems to be like a lot of people's like jumping off point. Figure James Gunn went on to do. Was it Guardian of the Galaxy that he went on to do?
Yeah, he did that.
Like that, or like Peter Jackson went on to do Lord of the Rings. Like it's incredible how like the jumps that these people make from this. Blows my mind. Yeah, exactly. From Brain Dead to Lord of the Rings, precisely. Like, Brain Dead is great though. I love Brain Dead. Have you seen that, Will? Brain Dead or Dead Alive? They're this.
Absolutely. A wonderful film.
It's
the most romantic movie with more gore than any other movie.
It I think at the time it came out, it held the record for the most fake blood used in a movie.
The scene with the lawnmower is just it's all time.
It's probably a big part of it.
The custard scene. Oh, there's so much gross shit in Brain Dead.
It's the unbirthing scene. I don't know if you if you watch the uncut one where the mother at the end, like the zombie mother, like stuffs the protagonist back into her vagina. And like
it's called psychology.
Yes.
That's called psychology 101.
Picture of Sigmund Freud. He can't keep getting away with it. Yeah, exactly. That's called being cool. It's very normal. It's just the normal way to handle it.
Goth Socialist. Yeah, Street Trash is that's another gem. I have seen it. It's fantastic. Have you ever seen Street Trash, Barry?
No, I haven't, but I like know of Street Trash, and I really need to like.
It's about a tainted tainted stock of like rot gut liquor turns like winos and homeless people in like the 1980s fucking Greenpoint, New York, which is like a fucking just a fucking absolute hellhole. Turns them into like literally like melts them and turns them into zombies and shit. It's like it's a gross out one of a kind movie.
Oh, I have to watch that. I love that. I'm a sucker for anything where people are melting practical effects.
Oh, it's nothing
Like,
but people melting.
The old
It's
era
insane.
of just like we're gonna build a clay model and we're gonna melt it under a heat lamp sped up and it, like just like really slime it up, really slop it up as it were. God, I'm a huge sucker. But body melt, you know, I saw that on demand. I will have to watch that. Body melt, like, I read the description and it sounded awful, but that, as you know, a horror movie can be deceiving. Sometimes a movie can be awful in a way that makes it incredibly engaging. I need to watch. Yeah, more wet movies are exactly what we need.
Yeah, no, yeah, Rex cool guy. Yes, we need bring back wetness to movies. Movies are too dry now.
It's true. We need to, replace you know, CGI superhero lasers with corn syrup again.
Oh, is this for is this the interrogation room? Oh yeah.
Sure is.
Okay. All right. It's about to get real.
Woo!
That was such a good scare when you first play that game. That's like that is the moment right there.
Oh god, yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Wow. Wow.
One of my favorite things is they describe this as a magic mirror is the phrase they use for it, which I'm not sure is what like what anyone's ever called it normally. Riccio, yes. PTR Bob, Riccio is great. I love Riccio. Riccio is like a kung fu movie where everyone's head blow up constantly. It's excellent.
Dooku says, "I fear Dune will be exceedingly dry." Well, Dooku, for a film primarily set on the desert planet of Arrakis, that would be entirely appropriate.
It's gonna be a dry movie.
I'm doing the Jeet her, Abby.
What'd you say?
I'm doing the Jeet here, Abby.
God, his Abby really does. It captures the posts.
You know, I say that, but the David Lynch dude is exceedingly wet as well.
I haven't seen that in days.
Oh, it's so good. I should watch it again before the new one comes out.
Yeah, that'd be a good double feature to do. Catch that one before, because it's like, what a strange choice of director to do Dune, but I think he did a great job. Lynch can do just about anything though, and I'll watch most of it Lynch does. I need to finally make my way through Twin Peaks, because I've seen most of his film work, but I've not done Twin Peaks, and I know that's like a huge gap in my, like, knowledge that's very important.
Have you seen Twin Peaks Firewalk with me?
No, I haven't, because I was afraid it would spoil something for me. Should I
Yes
see
and
it?
no. Yes and no. I mean, you should watch Twin Peaks Firewalk with me after you get through like the first half of the second season of Twin Peaks.
Gotcha.
And then you should go straight into The Return. But Twin Peaks Firewalk with me may be my favorite David Lynch movie.
Really?
Out
Wow,
there. Maybe.
okay.
Maybe.
Jeez.
It is certainly one of the most profoundly upsetting movies I've ever watched. It is quite harrowing.
Yeah, and that's saying something, because I felt like it's not his only movie that can be described that way.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I felt, what's it called, was already particularly harrowing. Blue Velvet.
It's it's even more disturbing than Blue Velvet, and it's not even close in my opinion.
Wow. They offered David Lynch Return of the Jedi? God.
And Cronenberg, too.
What? I wish we could have gotten the David Lynch, David Cronenberg Return of the Jedi.
If one of them had just done Empire Strikes Back and the other did Return of the Jedi, oh my god.
That's perfect.
And they were both rated R and everyone hated them. The world would be so much better now.
We'd be in a better future, yeah. There'd be no Marvel films. Should have offered The Last Jedi to. They should offer him the next one, why not? Thank you for the follow. User, I'm gonna put username Sigmund Freud 2077. It's really good. Oh, Chapo Trap House with 110 raid.
We got the raid going on.
You heard of these? Have you heard of these Chapo Trap House guys?
Well, someone put it out. I was counter programming Matt this afternoon by coming on. So good to know there's no beef there. It's all love here in the Twitch community.
Yeah, I had saw that Matt had some content going on, and I was like, well, that's okay. This is a hate raid? Hell yes. Finally.
Careful! I know all the mods of Chapo FYM.
These Chapo Trap House guys. I think I heard about these guys from an article in the Atlantic. Bad dudes.
I think it's cool when games have like set physical locations where they're like the only place that you can save.
Oh yeah, it creates like a tension.
Yeah, it really raises the stakes.
Yeah, I agree. And, well, it's actually these where you have not only that, but you have the limited number of saves, and so it's like your ability to stop playing becomes a consumable resource. It's like it's brutal, but it's perfect for this kind of game because like it creates a tension where you're like, oh man, oh no. Both on like, you know, your normal like, as you play a character in a video game, you relate to them on a certain level where you're like, okay, I don't want to be harmed. But also like creates a second real world level of like, I don't want to lose this fucking time that I put into this. And so like it creates like real world stakes for you as the player. I think it's really good. Oh, there's one Dead Space. Dead Space is so good. They're rebooting Dead Space, Stonehouse. I don't know if you've seen that. I don't know if you've played Dead Space, Will, but it's essentially like they put the thing in space. Pretty good.
I know. I mean, I've watched you play it on stream, and I've seen other people play. I actually no wait no. I played like half of Dead Space 1. Did I rent it or something? I don't know. I have played the original Dead Space. I didn't finish it though.
It's good. They're good. They are actually rebooting it now, which is funny because EA is rebooting it, and it's like EA kind of EA'd it up in the first place, and that's why it failed. They did like I don't know how you.
Yeah, the third no one liked, right?
Yes, they put a bunch of microtransactions into it. How like EA's thing is that like everything's got like loot crates and shit now.
Yeah.
They were like, what if we did that in Dead Space? And like it turns out that doesn't work really the same way it does when you can just like manage to convince like teens to ask their mom to use the card to get a loot box. Everyone who's trying to play this story-driven game was not super keen on it. Yeah, exactly. They tried to call it. They tried to do what Resident Evil 5 did, where they're like, what if this was like an action game now? Everyone's doing that. There was like a dark era after like Resident Evil 5 for horror, where everybody was just like, what if everything was Gears of War? And like, Gears of War was good as Gears of War, but everything else didn't need War.
Couldn't get into Gears of War because the boys were just too beefy.
They're so beefy.
Marcus felt like they were just too beefy. They all look like offensive linemen.
Yeah, they do. You're like 4 offensive. One of them is an offensive lineman.
Oh yeah.
A guy joins you and he's like, Cole Train of the whatever something made up football team. Like, yeah, that was me. now I fight aliens. Like, it's a stupid fucking game. Yeah, and his name was Coltrane. First and last.
Coltrane.
Yeah. Yeah, like C-O-L-E, train.
God, that's stupid.
It was very, very stupid. God, it was a, that was
Gears of War is for, it was the game for people who thought Halo was a little too intellectual.
Yeah. None of this, you know, we... Get all of this, narrative out of here. Pure, just... beefy guys.
Oh, shit.
Oh, yes.
Wow.
This
Wow.
room is not in the remake at all.
Wow. No, yeah.
Oof, that was like...
Or wait, maybe like the locker room where you have to like put the broken like key thing on to get items. Is this like this is the original game's version of that?
Ooh, it might be. You might be right.
Like the weapons locker.
Yeah, the weapons
Well, actually,
locker
this doesn't look like weapons lockers. This just looks like people's lockers.
Okay, I'm here to steal people's like shoes and cell phones and shit. Or whatever you would steal in 1998 out of a locker. Walkmans and... I don't know, Game Boy Color? Plastic bomb.
Someone is saying, wasn't Gears of War anti-Iraq war? I mean, I never played through, but that'd be funny if that was the case.
You and four beefy guys, you get done chainsawing a locust in half, and you're like, ah, no more blood for oil.
I wish this was Douglas Faith. That's a pull for all my deep Bush administration fans out there.
Yeah, you load up the torque bow and you get like the animation of your guy Marcus Phoenix pulling it back and the explosive arming, and he says, "This one's for Condoleezza Rice."
I know someone in the chat has pointed this out before, but the moaning sound effects in these original games are really good.
Yes, they are. They're excellent. They go to a concentration camp in Gears 2? Jesus Christ. I like that they took the, like, the Zack Snyder "how dark can we go" approach to Gears of War. Stories later about digging too deep to mine magical juice that pisses off subterranean aliens. Oh! You see, I played Gears of War. I don't think I got any plot out of it. Not that it wasn't there, but it's just like, it's such a backseat to like, it's so funny to have them thing be like, oh yeah, there's this environmental narrative about, you know, respecting the world you live in. And you can get a sick fucking chainsaw gun and chop a guy, like, okay? It's like when they let you shoot fucking mini nukes in Fallout, and it's like, man, that seems like that would be bad in that world, right? Like, that would be like if you made like a Saving Private Ryan game and you had a weapon that shot mini holocausts out. Like, I don't know if that's really what they want to do.
Oh, this poor guy.
Oh no, Marvin! He was supposed to be, like a game-long support character for Leon, and they cut him back. Oh, your head just popped off.
Ooh.
That's okay. You win some, you lose some, man.
This guy should be played. This guy should be played by Keith David in the Resident Evil movie adaptation.
Oh, I would
believe.
love that. Did you ever play Saints Row 4?
No, I never have.
In Saints Row 4, you're the president, and
Saints Row was sort of like a Grand Theft Auto ripoff.
Yeah, it's kind of like, it started out that way, and it kind of just went like much further off the rails. But your vice president is played by Keith David, and the character he plays is Vice President Keith David.
As it should be. Oh my God, that would be the most Biden pilled thing in the world if he just ditched Kamala and was just like, listen, everybody, I I gotta have someone I can trust. Someone I can trust here. It's you remember him? He's from the Thing.
we got Childs. Childs, get in here.
He was the guy in that the movie. He did the ass to ass. He made him do that for money.
Come on, man. Yeah, that's Kennedy. Congratulations on your assignment to the Raccoon City Police Department. We all look forward to having you as a part of our team and promise to take good care of you. Welcome aboard, from all the guys at RPT. This is a much nicer one as opposed to the one in Resident Evil 2 Remake where they lock his desk shut. And they're like, good luck opening your desk, idiot. We left a bunch of fucking clues.
It's a fun prank that we did. Sort of similar to, I mean, that would be a fun thing on a normal day, but during a zombie apocalypse, it's just sort of like, could you keep all the ammo and guns in one central location?
Well, they can't on account of terrorism, remember?
Yeah.
Brian Irons says that we have to put ammo caches all over the building because otherwise terrorists will get in and get all of our ammunition. God, that's so fucking good. Alright, I gotta figure out what to do with this plastic explosive. We have like a full-ass C4 with detonator. I have no idea what to do with it. Develop that film. Maybe that'll give us a hint. A Nazi at your dad's work told him to watch They Live. That's the thing about... Yeah, I could see how... If you had, like, a different dumb guy opinion, you could also, like, manage to fit They Live into, like, whatever your thing is. Yeah, this fits. This is just like They Live. Okay, do I have any of them? Yeah. Oh, let's get, crossbow as well. Speaking of the Saints Row before, the way you actually... One of the late game points is that Keith David betrays you, and you have to get Rowdy Roddy Piper to come suplex him in an alleyway for way too long. Pretty much identical to the scene from They Live. And that's how you get him to, like, restore himself back to normal. Honestly, just an exceptional piece of gaming. Big fan. Trump is doing WWE commentary on 9/11. Wow. A perfect storm. Finally. It's like a normal sound to make. It's like not a big deal to me. Oh yeah, see, this is what the circuit breaker looks like in my house all the time. We're a little short out soon. Okay, well.
Oh, speaking of power shorting out, Barry, how did you weather the flood that we had here on the East Coast last week?
Yeah, that was insane. I'm very fortunate that I live on a second floor apartment, so like I was raised enough that like things were not.
What about your neighborhood? Was it like a river in the street?
My neighborhood was not that bad, but the 676, which is like the big highway that runs all through, you know, Philly, and it's lower in elevation than most of the city. It looks like a river. It's like, it is not only is it flooded, it was like filled to the top. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, I mean, like we also the absolutely insane video footage of what was happening on the New York City subway, but I did see that that river in Philly that was just like up to the top of the bridge.
Yeah,
that was insane.
Yeah, that's usually like 3 lanes of driving.
That was like, yeah, it was like it rose 10 feet.
I had never seen anything quite like... Yeah, exactly. A canal is a good word for it, Duco. I've never seen anything like that in the city before. It was insane. How was it over on your end, Well?
I mean, we were fine. I mean, like, yeah, we don't live on the ground floor, and, you know, we were dry, never lost power or anything, but, like, people were losing power a couple blocks away from us.
Yeah, I hear New York City got, like, fucking creamed. I saw the like, Jumanji-looking ass scene of all the water coming down through the, down the subway stairs.
Yeah. I mean, that was the first ever flash flood in recorded New York City history. You know, we can look forward to a few more of those.
New thing for New York City.
Yeah. That
Yeah,
was
and like,
nuts, though. I mean, like I've lived here my whole life, and I've never seen anything like that. I mean, Sandy was that was insane too. But yeah, this is just like how quickly like it just all it takes is like an hour of rain now to basically shut down the entire city.
you don't realize how like absolutely unprepared infrastructure-wise the city is until it rains a lot, and you'd think that it would take something that sounds more significant than rains a lot to be the thing that like breaks a city, but the
Yeah,
whole East Coast just got like devastated by it. Was that like
yes.
the runoff from the tropical storm that hit?
Yeah, it was just the ass end of Ida or whatever.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know.
Dreer Poosin says in the chat, yes, I was indeed the guy ordering all of Uber Eats during the flood.
I saw the video of the guy fucking like wading through.
Yeah. I ordered Shake Shack, and then I ordered dessert from another place.
My Shake Shack order was wrong, so I made them bring me a new one. New York City needs to adopt Waffle House stand. Well, if New York City could have the resiliency of Waffle House, I'm sure they would be very happy about that as a city. But to have Waffle House level survivability, that's pretty impressive. Yeah, at Stoned House, some of my mom called me the day after because her friend's childhood home got knocked over by like a tornado during it. In New Jersey, that's like not a thing that happens in New Jersey. Like, very, very strange. Ah, Hardee's, you're shooting me right through the heart. Brutal. Yes. Poor John Ward. Cyclist who dipped the bag of food in the— yeah, I saw that! I saw the guy walking through the water and he, like, at one point you see the food just, like, go under the water, and it's like, you know what? If you ordered Uber Eats during this period, you deserve the water food. It's just fair.
Oh, you deserve worse than that.
Like, oh yeah, yeah.
I do not want to get banned. I do not want your stream to be ruined, so I will keep my opinions to myself.
I'm sure that we are on a similar page about, what should perhaps happen to somebody who orders Uber Eats in that situation. Okay, can I blow it up? Nope, this is not where I blow a thing up. Somewhere. Yeah, King of Throb, I was thinking about exactly, yeah, the things that should happen to him in Minecraft are, great and terrible, in my opinion. Well, you have a question on Amber's book?
Oh, as far as I actually don't know. I mean, I saw the cover and everything. I'll get back to you on that. I'm not sure when the release date for Amber's book is.
What about you guys? Well, are you working on anything currently? Are the boys working on anything?
Yeah, we're working on a few things. I mean, no new book coming anytime soon, but we got a couple irons in the fires. Watch this space for more news on that front. But
Yeah.
for the most part, it's business as usual.
Very cool. Yeah, Felix was telling me before the stream last time he was on that you guys had some things that sound like very interesting coming up in the work. Good for you guys. Are the boys back in town? That's a good question, Megastar. Oh, fuck! Fuck!
Fuck.
Oh, I wasn't looking! I'm getting— okay. I panicked. I'm just going. We're just leaving. Alright, cool. That's fine. I meant to do that. Worked out fine. Ooh, this room is roughly the same. Okay, I know where I am now.
Oh, there's a clock tower, yeah.
Yeah, the clock tower, your standard feature of a police station in America. The crank? Square hole. That's always the way.
How about you, Barry? Are you working on anything other than the stream? Are you recording music at all, or doing anything else?
I've been working. My band has been working on new songs for a new album. It's tough right now because it's hard to put out music if you can't tour on it very well. And like you were saying, it's so difficult to tour right now because of the way everything is booked up. But we're trying to like coalesce enough material into like an album or an EP, so that once things have opened up and you can more easily have like a touring route to promote your art, we'll be able to get back on the road. But it's like you said when you were talking about wanting towards the south. It's just like everything's so weird and tenuous right now. It's either like everyone's doing it or nothing's happening. It's very strange. But I would love to get back on the road. I kind of miss it, you know.
What is the best city that you've played on the road with your
Best
any of your
city.
various bands? What was the best live like audience experience?
Let me... Honestly, I played a really good one in, it was like PA, but not like normal PA. It was like weird Reading, PA. We got put on this show last minute. Our friends in the band called Soul Glow dropped off, and we got put on with no, that wasn't when Soul Glow dropped off. Soul Glow headlined that one. But we got put on it and it was Soul Glow with the Dead Milkmen, which was like a punk band from like the 80s.
No, I remember I had it's a Bitchin' Camaro on like a
Yes!
cassette
And
single.
that was the most fun I've ever had. Their fans were just so much fun. It was great. Yeah, you're right. I have to rep Philly or they're gonna come to my house and hitchbot me. Yeah, Philly threw batteries at me, but it's a sign of love here. So like if you get batteries thrown at you here, it's like a sign of affection. It's good. What band am I in? Could one of my mods pop up the Nightbot command that has the link to my Bandcamp? Oh, the show, yeah. Or the show we did with Rodney from Dead Milkman. Eating the Filler in the chat is from my band as well, and we played with Rodney from the Dead Milkman. Was in this project. I can't what they're called. It was like him and this like 50-year-old goth woman. And it was just like 12,000 synthesizers screaming at the same time. It was great. It was fucking great. It was like watching 3 different 80s era horror movie soundtracks hit at the same time. Having a great time. Philly does have some of the best food in the country. However, I will say, being from New Jersey, the pizza here is not as good. We're too far from New York. But the other food's very good. But you start to lose... It gets just outside of the sphere of influence of the New York pizza Italians, that the pizza quality starts to drop off here. Not quite as bad as when you get to further outside the tri-state, though. Like, I don't know the last time you've had a slice of pizza in, like, Pittsburgh, Will, but it's, like, the worst thing you've ever had in your life. Candle.
I went to an Uzbeki restaurant when I was in Pittsburgh with Jacob Bacharach. He took me there. That was very good. But I can't say I was really dying to try out their just gross like coleslaw and French fry sandwich that they're so proud of there in Pittsburgh.
Is that like their signature sandwich?
The Primanti's sandwich. It's like, yeah, like that's their signature Pittsburgh dish that I can't say I was dying to try out.
Coleslaw
and French fries, yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought you said.
Yeah.
I think a part of my brain just like refused to process that as like a real thing. It's fucking terrible.
Although I will say, as far as live audiences go, and just the general vibes of a city, Pittsburgh is one of my favorite places to visit.
Oh, Pittsburgh's a blast
I really like
to play.
Yeah. I really like Pittsburgh a lot.
Oh yeah, totally. I make fun of Pittsburgh because I'm from Philly. That's my job.
Obviously,
we have an important brotherly relationship with Pittsburgh where we have to do that. But Pittsburgh is a blast. I actually really like going to Pittsburgh. It's honestly like it has such a reputation as like failed steel town, but it's a really beautiful city too. All the hills.
It
and
is. It's
stuff.
it's gorgeous. Like all
Gorgeous.
the different hills, like and just every neighborhood like has its own hill and like its own distinct character. And because of like the Carnegies and other robber barons, they actually did spend a lot of money building a lot of beautiful like sort of public architecture.
Yeah. The city. I was like really surprised. First time I went to Pittsburgh, I was so shocked. I was like,
All
wow,
the
this
like the
is
sort of the
fucking
river walks
gorgeous.
around downtown are really nice too.
Yeah, and just like getting around Pittsburgh's a chore because of like the elevation, but looking around Pittsburgh is an absolute treat because of the elevation. It's just really beautiful.
So really like when you drive into Pittsburgh, either from the airport or like coming from New York or Philadelphia, like right before you get into Pittsburgh, you drive through this tunnel and it goes right through a mountain, and then as soon as you're out of the tunnel, you're on a bridge and you're looking at this like amazing vista of just like right at the like the three rivers, like the point, and just like all the beautiful like the huge like architecture of like downtown Pittsburgh. It's very cool.
Oh, totally. Best regional. That's actually a good question. Well, best regional sandwich.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to think on that for a second. I'm gonna take a quick restroom and beverage break, but I'll be back momentarily with my answer on best regional sandwich.
I feel like it would be cheating for me to say a cheesesteak because I'm from Philly, and it would just be. I feel like it's like picking the hometown is a little bit cheating. If I have to go outside of Philly, I'm a big fan of the po' boy, honestly. I think the po' boy is a criminally underrated sandwich outside of its home territory. Cheesesteaks are good. They're great. But it just feels too easy to pick a cheesesteak. Oh, the Philly roast pork and broccoli rabe. Actually, yeah, that deserves more credit than it ever gets. LA French. I've never had an LA French dip. Personally, for me, Tricky Burrito, shrimp. I'm a big shrimp fan. What's a muffaletta? Never heard of that. Italian meats and an olive salad. That sounds good. That does sound good. Mexican I mean, probably. I like Mexican food and I like seafood, so I have a hard time imagining they don't meet very nicely.
All right, so I thought about it, and I got two answers for my favorite regional sandwich. The first is the Montreal style smoked meat sandwich, which is basically the same thing as a classic pastrami sandwich, but the slices of the meat itself are like thicker. It's just sort of like a thicker cut of pastrami sandwich, but that Montreal deli style is extremely good. And then the other one is every time I'm in LA, I go to Philippe's, which is like it's like the LA version of the dipped sort of hot roast beef sandwich, but it's like dipped beef on like a French roll, and they have this like really strong horseradish mustard that goes with it. That like you get a bite of that, it just like clears out your sinuses. But it's fantastic. I go to Philippe's every time I'm in LA.
That sounds good. That sounds really good. I'm going to myself take a quick bathroom break. If you would like to take some questions from the chat while I drag your face over here, big real big.
I will do so.
All right.
Hello, chat. How are we doing this evening? Yeah, let's get that Big Will going. Big Willie style. Let's see here. Yes, I have seen Lars von Trier's TV series, The Kingdom. It is extremely scary. it freaked the shit out of me when I first saw it when I was in high school. Um, oh, LA Rex. Okay, this is another really good LA food Rex. If you're into Thai food, I cannot recommend enough this place, Jitlada. Jitlada's Thai food in LA. Let's make sure I got that right. Jitlada Thai in Los Angeles. That is fantastic. If you're a fan of Thai food, it's probably the best Thai food like that I've had in America. How do I like Mexican seafood? Huge fan. Love that. Love that ceviche style. It's delicious. Lars von Trier making a third season to the Kingdom. Hello. Maybe that'll make up for how unbearable Nymphomaniac was. And then there's also a really good Taiwanese restaurant in Silver Lake called Pine and Crane. That if you're going to be in LA, I definitely recommend. I'm not really gaming on much of anything right now. The game I play just to sort of zone out when I'm scrolling the internet is Slay the Spire, which I think actually Barry introduced me to through the stream. But I like Slay the Spire because it's just sort of very low. It's sort of meditative. I can do it and do like several other things at the same time. But it's a very fun game. Will we ever see any more of your role playing sessions posted online? If you're referring to tabletop gaming, then yes. If you're referring to something else, then no. No, we are in the middle of scripting a D&D campaign right now that we will be recording shortly. That should be very fun.
Ooh, what are you recording?
And then someone asked me if we're going to do more role playing stuff on Chapo, and the answer is yes. We are currently working on we are switching from Call of Cthulhu to a classic sort of high fantasy D&D campaign that we're scripting right now that I think is going to be very fun.
Oh, that sounds great. Is that going to be its own little thing, or is that going to be a Patreon reward, or what?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think it'll just be like depending how they shake out. Probably one of them will be free, and the other will be Patreon.
Gotcha.
Because it's gonna be at least 4 episodes, probably.
Oh yeah.
The Dungeon Master is this guy Patches, who, if you're a fan of Pot About List, he has created their D&D campaigns, and he's very good at it. So we're collaborating with Pot About List on this one.
Ooh, cool. So you're
and for anyone in the chat who if anyone in the chat has not checked out Pot About List, I highly recommend it. Those boys are very good if you're looking for a new funny podcast to get into.
Pot About List, you said?
Yeah, Pot About List. They're very good.
That out. My usual go-to D&D podcast right now is Branson Reese's Rude Tales of Magic. Quite good. Yeah,
he's very good.
One of the most recent ones he describes, he's like, the lighting in this room is so fucked up that Mr. Argento would refer to it as simply normal. Which I really like. So do you have your character drafted up? Is there who's the MENAKER?
We are having a pre-meeting to draft character. We're rolling out our characters tomorrow, I believe.
Ooh.
So this is very much in motion.
What's kicking around in your brain then? What are you thinking?
I don't know. I mean, we're gonna figure it out tomorrow. I'm not sure what kind of character or what class I'm gonna go with. I mean, I think we should go with things that sort of match our just sort of general personalities, and I think Felix should be a paladin, obviously.
Are you gonna go druid on account of your new love of falconry?
I think I should be like a cleric or a druid of some kind. And then Matt will obviously be some sort of like orc barbarian, I'm hoping.
What did you say Felix would be?
Paladin.
Yeah. When I think of Felix, I think paladin. Second? Yes, I thought it might be. Very good. Oh yeah, get our Felix
okay,
pocket.
Here we go.
Shout out to Bioluminescence who donated this.
Here's the star of the show.
Oh my god!
He
Look at
likes
that
it.
baby!
He likes it.
Oh my
And
god!
I can only do this for so long.
It's okay.
He's
Oh, what a baby. Cute.
yeah, there he is.
Your bagel. I'll grab my bagel. Take a good time. Right back.
Oh, he does not like. He does not like.
There we go. I got my roughly football shaped big dog here now. Ah! Ah! So hard. We're back.
All right, 1 second.
Go for it. Do what you gotta do. It's here to be a friend. Hi.
It's the other one.
Oh, the calico.
This is B. She's the devil. She's the demon cat.
I feel like everyone
She's
I
the
know who
absolute
has
demon.
every cat person I know, they're like, will have like multiple cats, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, this is our asshole cat. This is a cat that's a dick to everyone." Isn't she?
Yeah, she's an absolute. She's adorable, but she's an absolute diva and a complete goofball. She's a nightmare. But we love her. We still love B.
Hope she gets along with your next Falcon.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be tough. Sort of like mixing falcons and cats into the same household.
Natural
there's gonna be
friends.
there's gonna be some tension there. I can foresee.
Animals that are known for their friendship.
Yeah, every multi-cat house needs a demon cat, and like someone else said, there's always one fucker.
Sorry, I thought you were.
Oh god, this asshole.
Are you Chief Irons?
Yes, that's me.
E-girl and
Just who are
podcaster
you?
boyfriend.
No, don't bother telling me. It makes no difference. You'll end up just like all the others. That's the mayor's daughter. I was told to look after her, but I failed miserably. Just look at her. She was a true beauty. Her skin nothing short of perfection. But it will soon putrefy, and she will turn into a zombie within the hour like all the others.
There must be some way to stop it.
In a manner of speaking, there is. Either by putting a bullet through her brain, or by decapitating her completely.
I love that they made this guy like a hunting asshole.
I think that taxidermy used to be my hobby, but no longer. Please, I'd really like to be alone now.
Just want to be alone with the mayor's dead daughter.
Why you want to be alone with that so bad, bro? Whole sus. Like, I want to be alone now. I'm just chilling. The dead body directly in front of. That's fine. Yeah, Claire like took that really in stride. Yeah, this is the mayor's daughter.
Stuffed animal.
Oh, perfect. How nice. I like in the there's like text in Resident Evil 2 Remake about him like getting animals stuffed, and like text of him like getting horny about like stuffed animals and like eventually like people hunting human beings and stuff. They made him a real pervert about it in the new one. Whereas in
The
this
deadliest game.
yeah, exactly. He's like a deadliest game guy. He enjoys dinner at his desk. Well, the mayor's daughter is dead. Shouldn't let this go to waste. It started. Well, Dreer, none of it's quite as bad as the remake of 3, where they have the like tentacle face fucking impregnation scene. That is just, it's graphic. We'll say that. Straightening up the chief, he burst through the door with a furious look on his face. It's been 2 months since I've started working here. The second time I've seen him. The last time was when I bumped into that statue. Only this time he looked more agitated than ever. I seriously thought for a moment he was going to hurt me. I finally discovered what the chief has been hiding all along. If he finds out that I know, my life could be in serious danger. It's getting late already. I'm just going to take it one day at a time. That's always good when you find the secretary's diary with only 2 entries in it, and the last one is, my life is in serious danger. Guess I'll just chill about it. And then, like, no other entries. Maybe not for the best. Like something. Art, nothing.
Yeah, it's annoying that this room is so stocked with stuff, but there's no items to be
Yeah.
had apparently, or nothing to really to do.
There's just like, yeah, it's just like fancy shit, but no, nothing like material. It's so strange. Why is there an ovipositor command? Because I let my mods make the commands, and I don't have control over them. I've lost control of my life. Ooh, what? Tractable? Hi.
Oh, okay.
Wait.
There we
Let him
go.
go. Easy,
Stupid kid.
easy there. I'm not a zombie.
I'm just
You're safe
pointing a
now.
grenade launcher at you. Just
Yeah.
calm down.
I love her classic American schoolgirl uniform.
Leon, come in. I found the girl, and I've cleared the wreckage that was blocking the corridor.
Got it.
My name's Claire. What's yours? Sherry. Do you know where your parents are? They both work at the Umbrella Chemical Plant, near the city limits. The chemical plant? Then, what are you doing here? My mom called and told me to go to the police station because it was too dangerous to stay at home. From the look of things, I'd say she was probably right, but it's dangerous here as well. You'd better come with me. But there's something out there. I don't know what it is, but I saw it. Much larger than any of those zombies. And it's coming after me. What was that? That's what I was telling you about. It's here. Sherry, wait.
I'm sure it's fun. Gravitas says, I love how all the games from this era have the same stock sounds. A thing I really liked is in Resident Evil Village, in the short period where you're in control of Chris Redfield and you're going on that fucking rampage.
Oh, that's a sick part of the game because I love they just give you so much ammo, so you just keep just stay spraying those
Yeah.
guys.
And one of his like little menu things he brings up, the like selection tone is the old Resident Evil 1 and 2 menu selection. Like you'll hear just like
Oh, classic.
and I was like I heard that shit, I like seared into my brain after years and years. Nothing more in the chest? Okay. Hoping there be more. Yeah, Claire does have a little bit of a lisp. I wonder if her voice actor is maybe Japanese. I know Illbleed is full of people with lisps because they're all like pretty accomplished Japanese speakers of English. And so they speak English very well, but like they'll mix up little things that like aren't sounds that aren't in Japanese, like your L's and R's and stuff, and so it makes everyone kind of just sound like somebody doing an impression of like the most American guy they could, but like putting a little lisp on it. It's a real treat.
Chief?
Oh yeah, Ev, I'll bring Ildly by sometime. Button below. His whole room is like very classic, and then he has like a fucking like it looks like a scene from a Junji Ito piece in it behind his desk. Let's push the button. Sacrifice dies by the claws of the jaguar. All right, this is normal police station stuff. Serpent poison earth. Way the doom will open. Okay, well that's like, you know, that's normal. It's all over. There's imbeciles from Umbrella have finally done it. Despite all their promises, they've ruined my town. Soon the streets will be infested with zombies. I'm beginning to think that I may even be infected myself. I'll kill everyone in town if this turns out to be true. Next day. I was successful in spreading confusion among the police as planned. Bro,
by making him move bullets to every different drawer in the building.
I think I might have this incurable disease. Well, time to fuck the police, fuck up, you know, the police who I'm in charge of. I made sure that no one from the outside will come to help. With the delays in police action, no one will have a chance to escape the city alive. No one will have the chance to escape city alive. I've seen two in person.
Escape City is actually across the river from Raccoon City.
It's a scenic destination. I've seen it personally that all escape routes from inside the precinct have been cut off as well. There are several survivors attempting to escape through the lower levels, but I'll make sure no one gets out. I've had a change of heart about the remaining survivors inside the precinct. I've decided to hunt them down myself. Wow, this is a fucking roller coaster. I shot Ed in the back through the heart less than an hour ago. I watched him writhe in pain on the floor in a pool of his own blood. The expression on his face was positively exquisite. He died with his eyes wide open, staring up at me. Oh, wonder if the mayor's daughter is still alive. I let her escape so I could enjoy hunting her down later. I'm going to enjoy my new trophy. Yes, frozen forever in the pose I choose to get. God. It should be illegal to be horrible.
The painting behind Chief Iron's desks reminds me of like the weird taxidermy psychedelic guy version of like Dick Halloran's bedroom in The Shining.
Yes. God. Yeah, this guy's got he's got really normal brain kicking around in there. Yeah, I like Bobby Fauci. You raise a good point. It's like, how fast could they respond to a crisis in the city anyway, considering that their police station is like entirely navigable by traps and colored keys? Oh yeah. Let me just go fucking grab the spade key from fucking the hallway with the safe atop the puzzle in the fucking library. Like, okay. Yeah, we're doing Claire A and then Leon B.
911, what is your emergency? Oh, okay. Well, we're dispatching officers to the scene immediately after they move several statues over hidden switches on the floor to get the car keys to their fucking car so that they can come to you. They should be there in approximately 4 hours. Try to stay alive until then.
I really love this one. How you get the spade key is like you put the fucking crest in and the statue moves forward and then it just drops the key out of the fucking thing, like out of its pot it's holding. It's like, just put it in a fucking safe. Like, there's a whole mechanism under there for that.
Yeah, NJ perspective. Raccoon City spent $700 million on their police station, and it's the only police station in the city.
Well, they couldn't really afford the second one after the first one.
Yes, it says, don't, Minty the Binty says, don't need to defund the police, just give them puzzles. Cops only do this when they're very afraid. They need enrichment activities to keep them occupied, or else they get very upset.
Like, what
you cannot give a cop a book. That's they get very angry when you do that.
Yeah, the library in this game is actually where they send the cops for punishment. When you're in trouble, they make you go to the library.
Give me your gun. I need your gun and your badge, and then take this library card and get out of my office.
No.
You stupid chief.
Wondering where that led. It counts as a separate area for some reason.
I do really like in like I think in Resident Evil Village or in which one of the games did they establish in the sort of the lore and the memos that like literally the mansion from the first one, the fucking the house that they live in Biohazard, like literally every building in Resident Evil has been designed by the same lunatic architect.
Yeah, yes, the fucking it's like the Trevor family architect business or
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah, the mansion in 7. I'm pretty sure the base in Code Veronica, the fucking mansion in 1, the mansion in 0, the mansion, like every game. It's like the same fucking guy.
I guarantee they must have taken that concept from Ghostbusters because like the mad architect who created that building on Central Park West is like to channel spirits and bring about the apocalypse.
Yeah.
I like the idea of like a cult architecture. It's very cool.
Yeah, I agree. I'm into the concept. Yeah, throw that key away. Yeah, exactly. Sorry I'm late, boss. I left one of my medallions at home. Ooh, this hallway is roughly exactly intact from
Yeah, I remember this one. Yeah.
It's interesting to see which of these are like, cause some of these they've lifted wholesale and some of these they've really shaken up. Very interesting. It's gonna be fun to back them.
Doggies.
If real life had occult buildings, do you think that the base pro shop pyramid in Las Vegas would be one of them?
If real life had occult buildings, if
yeah, lay them on me.
You just mentioned one of the primary ley line nexuses for evil spirits and energies is of course the Bass Pro Shops pyramid in Memphis.
Gotcha. Yeah, I figured it was either that or the Nerve headquarters was underneath it. From Evangelion.
Yeah, Memphis 3 is underneath the Bass Pro Shops period.
Exactly. Sure. I think I'm supposed to try to get it.
Get in the red zone.
I guess.
On 80.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then when you were playing Control, I remember like the building in Control is based on the windowless skyscraper in New York City.
Yeah.
That is absolutely the choke point for like every fucking digital communication or like every phone call and digital communication in the United States goes through there. I think.
I didn't know that was like a real place until you told me that.
The fact that they built a building like that with no windows, I mean, come on, what is going on in there? They are absolutely opening a portal to the fucking other side or something.
It's like if you wanted to make a building that looked evil, like it would be like the first thing you do.
It is intensely sinister.
It's like yeah, because it's a fucking obelisk, like in every functional way. It's like a featureless obelisk. It's like the kind of shit they show at the like very end of Eldritch horror movies. It's like the end of the Void where they're just like in the fucking Cthulhu realm with the fucking floating featureless pyramid. Like that building has the exact same vibe. In fact, maybe has a slightly less sinister vibe.
Good job dodging those doggies.
Yeah, you know, you gotta watch out. You gotta try to keep them off of you as best you can.
Where does Will stand on the mountains are melted buildings theory? Now, Super Donkey Piss, you bring this up, and I just retweeted someone the other day, sharing clips from the Mountains Are Melted Buildings Facebook group, and I assume, see, I don't really know what the specifics of this belief are, but I assume it is an outcropping of the. I'm sure it's an outcropping of flat Earth theory, which is then built upon the flat Earth theory. The idea that mesas and like large rock formations like that are just ancient trees, the trees used to be like the size of mountains, and
I saw
someone's
that.
someone's covering that up for some reason. But like they will share images of like that famous mesa in Wyoming that's at the end of Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and they're like, "What does this look like? Tell me this doesn't look like a tree that's been cut down." It's just like, well, yeah, I guess in some sense I can imagine that, but
In that it's flat on the top, I
yeah,
suppose.
but I mean, I just like the similar like flat Earth. Mesas are used to be giant trees, and now mountains are what melted buildings or something. With all of these, I mean, I wouldn't even call them conspiracy theories because there's no they there, like, or at least I don't know enough of the lore to understand, because it's just sort of like what is the motivation, like to what benefit is anyone covering up the truth that the planet is flat? Because like if you told me that that was true tomorrow and could prove it like conclusively beyond a shadow of doubt, I would just go, okay,
Yeah, that's sure. I guess
fine,
so.
right, like it just makes no difference to my life whatsoever. And like to what end would they be going to such ludicrous extents to cover it up?
Yeah, like what did they get out of it? Like like because obviously like the thing that a lot of these seem to miss is like generally
this
people
quickly says
conspire
to
to accomplish a goal, you know?
Like you're talking about like 9/11 or the Kennedy assassination. Like, okay, there's a narrative there that I can follow, if not actually believe in. Someone said the Slick Willy says they're covering it up to discredit the Bible. But like, is there anything in the Bible that really like conclusively states that the Earth isn't a globe? It's just like that's what people had believed back then because they had no evidence otherwise. But there's nothing that like directly contradicts. Like Galileo, they put him in prison because I think in the Bible it is there is some reference to the fact that the sun rotates around the Earth. So like that would be like actively contradicting the word of God. But I mean, is there anything in the Bible that like would conclusively lead one to believe that it is like fact that the Earth is just a flat plane floating in the universe?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly because it's very much religiously motivated. Like those spaces tend to be very Christian, but I can't figure out.
I think that used to be the case, but like, honestly, like I'd be surprised. I think like that is a gateway into the Earth is flat shit. But I think a lot of the people who believe in like the flat Earthers are just people who are like, they have this like increasingly common thing now where if you are correctly skeptical of like the media or sort of received sources of authority, you make yourself completely credulous to everything else.
Yeah.
Or they think that like that is the correct answer to being distrustworthy of like authority figures or like the establishment or whatever. But it would seem that like they go too far in the other direction of just believing any nonsense that's not like the an official source of authority.
Did you see the picture circulating Twitter of the woman who claims she also has Havana syndrome now?
Yes,
I think that might be the. God, can't wait! I think that's going to be the next one. I can't wait. I'm excited. It was like
we need to. I need to like start like just sort of covertly start some sort of meme or idea that you can cure Havana syndrome with ivermectin.
Or what was the one that they thought was the cure for COVID before ivermectin? That was also
hydrochloroquine.
Or what? I was thinking we should start a conspiracy that hydrochloroquine or ivermectin is a false flag to keep people from buying hydrochloroquine to actually cure
Absolutely.
it. I think that might be the next one. I think that's the.
I'm to Brian Quimby about the flat Earth stuff because he's a huge proponent of flat Earth. I mean, as a joke, but I mean he's done a lot of research into the flat Earth Facebook groups and this is a phenomenon of belief. And like the thing is, it's like you could conceivably fund an expedition to the edge of the planet and just take a photo of it.
Yeah.
I think that would be like pretty conclusive proof. Aha, that's what I thought. Because if you were a dyed-in-the-wool flat earther, you believe that what we marbleheads, we globers, think of as the continent of Alaska, is in fact like a giant. It is like it encircles the disk of the planet Earth, and it's like an ice wall. like Game of Thrones, but like
Then he
that's
must have
what's
been attacked by the
keeping
monsters.
people from
I
going
have
off
to
the
help
edge of the
him.
earth.
Hmm.
And I remember thinking at the time, well, like
Wait,
my mom
Sherry,
has
don't
been
go
to
alone.
Antarctica. Like she went there to like as a journalist in the 80s and like has been to Antarctica and like so I was like, well, I mean like she went there and didn't see any ice wall or anything. But then my conspiracy brain just like a key turned in it and I was like, is my mom involved in this conspiracy? Because in order to land in Antarctica, you need to be flown in on a military cargo plane.
Yeah.
And it's like I think technically the UN controls Antarctica, but like if you're an American or anyone else, a scientist, journalist, or whatever, who is being allowed to see the continent of Antarctica, the military is the one who has to take you there. It's the Air Force. So kind of makes you wonder, is she in on it? I don't know. I have yet to confront my mom about this, but I will and get back to you on it.
Yeah, please do. Well, I think there's two possibilities. There's one that your mother is in on it, and then there's the other is, you know how people say that, like, if you go to North Korea, they have, like, special places that look nicer than the rest of it, so that they don't have to show you the real one, or at least that's what people claim. What if there is a fake Antarctica that they take the journalists to?
Yeah. Yes.
And it's actually could be in, like, Greenland or something. You wouldn't know.
Quaker Goatsy says, your life is Evangelion, man.
Get in the robot wheel.
Dude, I would be so good at piloting an Evangelion.
I could
I don't know
believe
what
that.
I don't know what that Shinji was just being like, as usual, just an absolute bitch.
Yeah, completely bitching out.
Dude, like, just like, what could be better? Looks fun as hell.
Just do fucking sick moves on aliens. Why not?
Now, Barry, I believe you said that you have actually never watched Evangelion.
I have not. I have not. It's the popular Twitter meme Evangelion that they made an anime based on it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen it. I need to go see it. I
It
haven't
is
seen any
very
of
worthwhile.
it. I saw like the first like 6 episodes, so I have enough of like the base of how it starts that like I can understand the meme content. But I do need to go back and properly watch it all the way through. I like how dogs attack in this world.
Oh.
they don't bite you. They do like this weird like front flip kick thing to you. It's great. That's what dogs
They do like a jumping attack.
Your sync rate in Evangelion is directly related to your mommy issues. Is that why Shinji is so good at it? I was wondering what Shinji's deal was, because he like clearly he needs to pilot the robot, but he's also like pardon my language, it seems like a bit of a cuck, so I was curious to see how those came together. I will have to watch it. Skip to the end. Yeah, I'll just skip right to the end of Evangelion. I don't need it. Isn't there like 3 different endings to Evangelion at this point?
Yeah, there is. They're all worthwhile though.
Are they?
I mean, like each one of them sort of builds on and comments on the other. It's actually like really well done.
That's very cool. So they're like not just completely independent. They like
No, I mean like they're different, like, but they all inform one another and like are essentially commentary. They build on each successive like revision of the series like builds on and completes the others. Even though each one of them changes it a lot.
Interesting.
It's like especially in End of Evangelion, like the creator really like turns his lens on the fans of the show itself.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like a damning, because like what he did is like the last 2 episodes of the TV series, they essentially just ran out of money, and they couldn't like finish the show the way they intended to. So it's like the last 2 episodes are very strange and very different than the sort of tenor and tone of the rest of the series, and it's this very like inwardly focused kind of psychological portrait. It's like a kind of a letdown. It's like it doesn't give you the big cinematic finish that you want, and as a result of that, like he got like death threats, and like fans wanted to ruin his life and shit, and it really like really scarred him. So then when he was able to do End of Evangelion, which is really like that's the first movie that they made that is really kind of the official like real ending of the TV show.
Hmm.
He really turns his focus like onto the idea of fandom itself and onto this like meta commentary on the show as a whole that is like really smart, and it's really unsparing about sort of the nature of like fandom and like what he was trying to say about like Shinji and like portray it like you know in his own life about being kind of like an insecure baby,
Yeah.
you know, and like being forced to grow up, and just really saying that like you have to like let go of these fantasies if you ever want to enter like the world of being an adult or like worthy of being like a human being, really.
Oh wow, that sounds good. Someone in the chat is saying that the NHK, when the series was broadcast, rejected their original picks for being too violent, so they scrambled to improvise a new ending.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
I mean, I thought it was just because they ran out of money. Because
that's most shows. That's usually
Yeah.
how it works. It's like Fooly Cooley where they use like almost the entire budget on the one fucking comic book sequence, and to the point where later in the series, the like characters will like do a fourth wall break and remark on the fact that they don't have any money left because of that scene from like the other one. I have that.
Barry, what are your favorite animes? I know you're a big JoJo's fan.
I love JoJo.
And I gotta say, like Evangelion, JoJo is the one that I have seen some of it, but I have never done like a full deep real like really immersed myself in JoJo. And like that's the next one I'm gonna probably tackle because it is on Netflix. It's just one of those things that seems intimidating because there's just so much of it.
Yeah, and there is a lot of it, and it like kind of goes all over the place. I like JoJo a lot. Specifically, the most recent arc I think was
Sherry,
really good.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Did you find your dad?
Golden Wind arc or whatever it's called.
I'm okay. But I couldn't find him. But I did find something.
Kill la Kill I really like. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
I'm not familiar with that one.
I think it's Gynax. I think Gynax did it, or Trigger, one of those two. But Trigger is like ex-Gynax, so it's like the same.
Now, why don't you come
roughly.
over here? I want
But
you
it's
to
just
stay with
animated
me.
so beautifully. It's like super duper fast-paced action.
Kill la Kill, is that it?
Yeah, and
Okay,
Kill la
cool.
Kill is the one where the girls are also like
I can take care of
the
myself.
suit that they wear that powers them up is like very skimpy,
Sherry,
and like
come
it's
back.
like they do
Sherry,
this kind of like weird almost like subversion of the concept of fan service by building it into the plot in a way that like everybody's kind of like, yeah, this is really weird that we gotta do it like this with all our titties out and stuff, but like you know, and it's just it's
Right.
animated beautifully. It's really clever at, like both subverting its own the tropes of the genre and also just like being a very like narratively compelling story. I think it's really good.
A Banana A Go-Go brings up Doro Hedoro.
Oh,
Both
Doro
the,
Hedoro, yes.
Doro Hedoro, yeah. I am a big fan of both the manga and the TV series. I think it's really good.
I really need to. I've heard a lot of good things about that one. That's the one that's got the guy who turns people into mushrooms, right?
Yes,
And it's
yes.
like, but
that
which
is,
sounds funny to say, but it's like really horrific in the.
Yes, like one of like the main like antagonists, or like again like there's. It's a good show because there isn't really like antagonists in a traditional sense. Like everyone is kind of a bad guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, like they're like the main like evil wizard is a mushroom wizard, and he does mushroom magic to people, and he draws all of his power from mushrooms. It's very cool.
Yeah. Which is funny because like I feel like the concept sounds so goofy, and then you see it unfold. Like, oh, this is actually really a horrific way to die. Good God. Or
it's like the second episode of the NBC series Hannibal, which to this day has the most fucked up thing I've ever seen on a TV show.
I cannot believe some of the stuff that was on there that they just put that shit on TV.
And like out of the entire run of that show, which had some absolutely insane shit on it, like for a TV series, just like wildly phantasmagoric, like psychedelic death shit.
Yeah.
The second episode of that show had something that was like more disturbing than anything else on the entire run of the show. Of that guy who turned people into like fucking mushroom colonies and they were still alive. And
Yeah.
they find their bodies. That was so gnarly.
God, there's so many like you said, there's just like so many gnarly scenes, and I love that. NBC
it's such a
Hannibal's
good
so
show.
good.
Back to our boy Mads Mikkelsen.
I was about to say,
he's
back
the
to
god.
Mads.
He's the god.
That was what made, well, that was the show that turned me on to him initially. Like, because people had always been like, oh, you gotta watch Hannibal, you gotta watch Hannibal, and I was like, it was, you know, it was very big on Tumblr, and I was a little like, one of those things where you're like, the fan base is a little too eager, and you're like, I don't know, and I watched it, I was like, oh, that's why they're like this. Okay.
Yeah, totally.
That makes
Sometimes I
perfect
feel like
sense.
when people are too hyped up, especially about a TV show, it's like it puts me off of it, you know?
Yeah,
like I don't want to. Yeah.
I have the same problem, but I was really glad that when I went back and gave it a chance, because it's so fucking good. Mads Mikkelsen, I think Mads Mikkelsen's Hannibal is the best portrayal they've had. I think
He is.
Yeah.
It's absolutely the best portrayal of Hannibal Lecter, and like I say that Brian Cox and Anthony Hopkins, I mean, like untouchably good in their own right, but man, Mads just gets it. It's because like it gets his role as a psychiatrist and as a chef, and fleshes that out so fully that it's just, oh man.
Oh shit! All right, okay, we're out of here.
Beat.
Just, go! Ah, no! This is my turn. All right, there we go.
Now you have not died even once yet.
I have not.
Very good.
Thank you.
Pog, big pogs.
Yeah, Pog's in the chat. But yeah, no, I agree. It's like it gets his characterization better, and that I think like when you watch Silence of the Lambs and you hear like the backstory of Hannibal Lecter as like this serial killer who would like seduce men and like kill and eat them. And then he's like a weird little creepy guy, and it's like I don't.
Yeah.
Whereas when you see Mads Mikkelsen as, you're like, oh yeah, it does not seem hard at all to imagine this guy charming people into places he can kill them.
Yeah, and like we were talking earlier about like how he is sort of supernaturally handsome, but also a little bit like otherworldly and kind of like strange too.
Yeah.
It's just something about his face. It just looks like it is carved in marble. Like it looks like a marble bust. He looks like the Avi of an alt-right guy, you know?
He really does. He's the maximum amount of face bones a person can have. And they're all in the right place. God, he's so perfect at that. And you Darcy is great in it also. They're so good together. They have such great chemistry. Gun and a side pack.
Okay, all right, got the Uzi.
Yeah, and you take one of these and you leave one of them for the second run. Or you can take them both.
What do you think? I mean, I think like usually when they present you with a choice like this, it's more tempting to take the machine gun because you want the gun, but actually in the long run, more item space will be more useful usually in Resident Evil games. But you know, it depends. Let's just put it to the chat. How about?
Yeah, put it to the chat. What do you guys think? Pack. All right, pack. One for gun.
Right.
Pack. Gun. Pack. It's looking like pack.
It's looking like Pack's winning out. I mean, I did sort of, I did bias the, I did a push pull.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
All right, and now gun. I should probably save it for Leon. Gun? No. Save that for Leon. Oh, it's the same locker. Okay. Let's say, wow, there's a lot of machine guns here. Take both. I mean, I gotta beat him later. That's the sound a door makes in a police station.
All right, I'm gonna take a quick break for another beverage, but when I come back, I will give you my what I think is comprehensively my favorite manga and anime series of all time.
Ooh.
And I'd be interested to see if you've ever heard of it, because
okay, yeah.
I feel this one is like, I mean, I'm not like the biggest expert on this, but I'm shocked that more people don't know about this series. So I'll tell you about it when I get back. Just give me
Okay.
a moment.
Years indeed. I ran out of beers, but I wanted one, so I just took some regular cider and I dumped a bunch of rum in it, and that's my my beverage tonight. Yes, Will's avatar is him and his papa. It's very cute. I've only ever seen the Akira. It's hard. Akira is so beautifully animated. The manga's good. I'll check it out. Is Will a Hunter x Hunter guy? That's good. I'm also a Hunter x Hunter guy. Hunter x Hunter is funny because like there's this big push of it where they're like, your power, it represents who you are as a person. It says something about you. And then you have people whose power is like, oh, my power is dodgeball. It's like, oh, fucking okay. Drop a fight of fireball into a shot of cider. Yeah! We put shot of fireball into a Angry Orchard is really good because the Angry Orchards are so sweet and it like helps cut the sweetness of the Angry Orchard, which is actually good. They're a bit much. It's just a very good combo. Night Watchman stuff. Finally had the chance to see blue skies for the first time in ages, which did little to lift my spirits. I was reprimanded by the chief for neglecting my duties while I was up on the clock tower. One thing I don't understand. More concerned about the fact I was up on the tower as neglecting my duties. Why was the access to the tower prohibited in the first place? I recently talked to the old man who works at the scrapyard out back. His name was Thomas. Quiet man who really seemed to enjoy chess. He went as far as to design a special key and lock engraved with chess pieces. Oh god. This is in the remake too. On them for one of the doors in the disposal yard. We made plans to play chess tomorrow night. I can't help but wonder how good he is. One thing that's been bothering me about him is the way he's always scratching himself. Does he have some sort of skin disease? Ooh. Okay, yeah. You get itchy when you get the T-virus. Does he have some sort of skin disease, or is he just rude? For what, scratching himself? Thomas was a much better player than I had imagined. I used to think of myself as a fairly decent player, but he did a pretty good job of humbling me. The only thing I can imagine that could match his skills in chess is his appetite. All the guy did was talk about food through the entire game. He sounded fairly healthy, but he didn't look quite right. If he's okay. September 12th. Surely nothing happened notable the day before. Wait, was this? Did this
Nothing
happen? Just skip right over it. Damn. I was supposed to play another game of chess with Thomas, but we had to cancel because he hasn't been feeling too well. He stopped by to see me, but I told him to go back and rest since he literally looked like the Walking Dead. He insists he was just fine, but I could tell he's really having problems. Come to think of it, I haven't been feeling too tough lately. Interesting. All right, so lay it on us, Will. What's your number one of all time?
Okay. This is the one that like had like blew me away the hardest, and like there are so many good ones, but this one is they made one season of the TV show and then ended it, which is a fucking travesty because it was beautifully animated and done, and it just stops the story. So to like find out what happens, you got to read the whole manga. But it's called Shigurui Death Frenzy is roughly the translation.
Okay.
So I mean, it's called Death Frenzy, and basically, I would describe it as a cross between the sensibilities of Paul Verhoeven and David Cronenberg if they made a movie about 17th century Japanese culture, and particularly the kind of high aesthetics of cruelty and violence cultivated by the kind of like samurai warrior class.
Ooh, wow.
It is apparently based on a true account of a fencing tournament that was called by the emperor, or like the emperor's like heir at the time, who was a psychopath, and decided to have a fencing tournament with real steel.
Good God.
That was not just like the wooden kendo that they use.
Oh
but
yeah.
Like with actual steel blades and death. And the opening of it is like the marquee matchup is between two students of the same school who are like their star pupils, one of whom is missing an arm and the other is completely blind. And it is about like, it goes back in time, and it's about everything leading up to this moment of this like years long rivalry between the two like star students of like the best of like the fencing schools in Japan. and it's about this years-long rivalry between them that like literally deforms and like it deforms their both body and minds, and it is so perverse and like insanely violent, but like in a kind of like very beautiful psychological way. It's very hard. It is fantastic. Like I cannot recommend it enough.
I'm writing it down.
There's nothing supernatural in it about it at all. It is about the kind of the aesthetics and beauty of like cruelty and violence as elevated by people who practice it at like the highest imaginable level. And it's about like, yeah, this fencing school that is like, you know, the most notorious and the most like basically evil of all of them, but and it's ruled over by this guy who is basically a demon. And it's like the two of his like best and brightest pupils are sort of pitted against each other for their own sort of selfish reasons and others. And it's just like, it's this like, it goes on, but like it is so violent and so like nasty, but also very like beautiful and like very emotionally resonant. So I cannot. Death Frenzy is my favorite of all time.
Ooh, I've never heard of that one. That sounds awesome. I just wrote down the Japanese name of that. Where did you? I guess you had to read it. There's only one.
No, I was on Netflix. It was one of those things that was recommended to me. And there was one season of it was on Netflix. They never made a second one. But I mean, Netflix didn't produce it. It was just when they bought the rights to it. It's no longer on Netflix, unfortunately. But I believe you can get the first season on Crunchyroll.
Ooh, okay. I'll have to check that out. That sounds awesome.
Yes, Saddam Hussein Lives. It is a lot like The Duelists, but way, way, way more violent and perverse.
I'll have to check that out. It sounds awesome. How long is the manga?
It's pretty long. It's like
Pretty
probably
long?
at least like I think it's like 17 volumes or something like that.
Oh wow, is that like collected volumes? Like so, like
Yeah.
big guys. Damn, cool. I'll check that out. How long? Do you know how long it was running for? Is it like modern or is it
It's pretty modern. Let me look it up here.
Sounds good.
Excuse me. There are 15 volumes of the manga, and it ran from 2004 to 2010.
Okay, like fairly recent. Check that out.
Yeah, the art is incredibly beautiful, and the writing is extraordinary too.
Doing? What do you? Oh my god! Why? Please don't do this to me. All right. Jeez. My dog has decided that a good spot for her to sit while I'm streaming is like between my lower back and the back of the chair. So she like sometimes will just like get it upon herself to wedge her entire little body in there and then just stay there. And I'm just stuck with it. Okay, yeah, she's settled in. There we go. Guri, I gotta check that out. Sounds awesome. I feel like
it is hyper violent, but in a way that's not like silly or stupid. It's not like it's hard to describe, but it is very, very nasty, but like not in a way that I found like obscene or stupid.
I feel like Japanese manga and anime a lot of the times will find it like the means to incorporate hyper violence without it like the sort of like look how gross this is that like Western hyper violent media tends to have, that where it's like that's the whole point, just like look how yucky the thing we got to put on the screen, whereas this sounds much more like a thing that serves the narrative purpose. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, like everything has a purpose and a meaning, and like it's not even over the top in a way. I mean, it's exquisite in how horrific it is.
Yeah.
But it's all like it all builds on everything builds on itself. Like,
could you give us when you say horrific? You've said this quite a bit. Can you give us an example? It's like a mild spoiler.
Okay.
Something happens early on.
All right. Okay, I think like early in the series, the head of the dojo, who is this fucking, like I said, absolute demon. Um, uh, it's a question of like which of his two best students he's gonna give his daughter to, and like his number two, like his second in command, he puts him to the he puts the question like, you know, which of the two is better, would be a better match for my daughter. And the guy who's like, you know, an incredibly tough, scary dude, just he chooses one over the other because he says he'll be nicer, he'll be a better, like more caring partner to his daughter.
Yeah.
And as soon as he says that, the main guy, the head of the dojo, his boss or whatever, in one motion unsheathes his sword and sticks it straight through his mouth and gives him a Chelsea smile, like to the back of his ears, like just straight through his mouth. I mean, and that's a mild example of the kind of shit that's in this. Yeah.
Brutal. Got the proper order. That sounds. Shiguri, you said it was?
Yeah. Yeah, in the chat, Shigurui, Death Frenzy, Shigurui.
That sounds really. It's a shame it's not still on Netflix. I would throw that shit on like after the stream if it was still on Netflix. That's okay though. I'll track it down. Yeah. Kathy from Sales with the Prime sub. Thank you so much. It's September. All subscriptions are your time. All right, I'm pretty sure that goes into the gear room.
Yes, someone says here, for real shows how evil samurai were, and like that's the point of the show.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's just sort of like, it's like how beautiful and powerful it all is, but like it just gets to the absolute insanity and sadism of like everything they believed in.
Yeah. It's like you dedicate yourself to like a sword discipline. Eventually, you have to start dehumanizing yourself and others to be able to do the things you do. You know, you're. It's not like today where you can be a guy who uses an Xbox controller to drop drones on people, or you can shoot someone from a million miles away with a gun. It's like you're like right on top.
No,
of people.
This is up close and personal.
Yeah, and like you can
like,
only imagine.
And in their fencing school, it's like sort of their signature is how to kill someone with like in one stroke by making the smallest possible incision.
Jesus.
So like that's how good they are at like their sword techniques.
They're like the tidy ones.
Is like
wow.
They kill the sons of this opposing dojo, like their 2-star students, by making one cut right over their brow that's like an inch long, but like it just goes into their brain.
Oh wow. That's
and then
insane.
Another spoiler alert, then they cut off their faces and send it to the fucking their dad, who's the rival dojo leader.
Jesus Christ, these people, yeah, this is brutal.
And they present it on these this beautifully like pebbled box. There's like this perfect like Japanese gift wrapping, and they open it up and it's the faces of his sons with this like
God.
tiny inch long cut over their right eyebrow.
Holy shit! Good God. Yeah, I mean, I think that Saddam Hussein lives. I think that low-key savage is probably an understatement for those characters. There's nothing low-key about that.
They're high key savage. Oh, and also in the chat, Vagabond is also an extraordinary series. It's all based on the life of like this real life samurai. Toshiro Mifune made a series of movies about his life too.
Yeah. How was that? Did you watch that?
No, Vagabond is only a manga as far as I know, but it's a really good one. The art is absolutely exquisite, and it's about the same material, but it's not quite as. It's not nearly as. I mean, the art and story are beautiful, but it doesn't have the same level of like savage, satirical perversity and horror as Shigure does. It is essentially like he's a good guy, kind of. I mean, he's like he's rough around the edges, but it is a story about him sort of like refining his skills and going from a boy to a man and like learning to like control himself and have the discipline to be like one of the greatest of all time. Whereas Shigeru is just pure. It's like Verhoeven. It's like a Verhoeven view of society.
Mhm. That's. I have to check.
Yeah,
that out.
Miyamoto Musashi. That's the name of the guy it's based on.
Oh, I know that. I recognize that name. Sick.
Vagabond is the name of it.
Yeah, and the last one was Shiguri, I think that was SHIG.
Death Frenzy.
Yeah.
Just search for Death Frenzy, and that'll do you right.
Gotcha. Learned about the Book of Five Rings from Joe Rogan because our modern samurai Joe Rogan. Do people remember that the ancient samurai were always telling a guy to pull that up on the screen here? Go, if not lockdown.
Did you wait? Do we have the crank?
We have a valve, but it doesn't seem to fit. I think the crank might be what we. I'm gonna go develop those photographs. See if that will answer some questions for us. Very well, the 5 gift subs. Thank you so much. Mr. Brave Warrior Masashi dictate you do DMT with your bros to gain in. Yeah, it's true. To gain inner peace. He said that. He was always saying that. The Rogan style of swordplay. They actually won't let him carry a sword. He's too deadly with it.
Did you know in the state of California, Joe Rogan had to register his mind as a deadly weapon?
The first man. Oh God. Yeah, it's.
I remember when I was a kid growing up, that was like one of those like, I don't know, maybe semi-true facts that I was always so impressed by. They were like, you know, in the state of California, if you're a black belt in karate, you have to register your hands as deadly weapons with the state. And I was like, wow, that's so cool.
So sick. And you know, to be fair, you were right. That is sick. I don't know if it's true, but if it is true, it's pretty
cool
sick.
As hell.
Yeah. Oh, it's absolutely sick.
I mean, it makes sense though, like, because if you're that trained and you kill someone in like a bar fight, it's sort of like, oh, you didn't just. It's not just assault. It's like if you shot them, essentially.
Oh yeah, it'd be like if you were like a UFC
yes, you're right.
Fighter.
That is the whole premise of Con Air. Which is my favorite setup for a movie ever.
What's the setup
like,
for Con Air?
Yeah. Okay, so Nicolas Cage is like an army ranger, and he's like a hero coming home from war to a southern state. And then the first night he's back, some like shithead drunks at the bar try to like assault his wife, and they attack him, and then he kills one of them in a fight. And then like they're like, oh sorry, yeah, like that you're in jail for manslaughter. And it's like, what? Like in what world would any jury or judge send a guy like that to jail for killing some shithead for like attacking his wife? But they were like, because of how highly trained you are, this isn't just some barroom brawl. You should know better not to kill this asshole who was like trying to rape your wife or something. Like,
which is like definitively like I'm pretty sure like cross-culturally,
yeah, I think
like
every state in
world
America,
over.
that is
Yeah, even outside of America,
that
like,
is legit. Yeah.
Like basic human instinct that if a guy tries to fuck with your wife, you should be allowed to kill him.
Yes, Con Air takes place in a fictional world where there are no legal kills. Correct.
Oh, that kicks ass.
My absolute favorite part of Con Air. Have you seen Con Air?
I have not seen Con Air, but
Okay,
I feel like I probably should.
It is a like it is along with The Rock and Face Off. It is like the Nicolas Cage era of 90s action that was like the peak of like 90s era action movies.
Yeah.
Like the absolute best of the best. So the concept of the movie is that Nicolas Cage is a good guy who gets sent to prison, and then he's being released from prison, but he has to be transferred on a U.S. Marshal's flight where they're taking all of the worst prisoners from like every prison on the West Coast and transferring them to a new maximum security prison. So they're like,
Gotcha.
oh, we have all the worst criminals in the world on this plane. What's the one thing we don't want to happen? That's right, the criminals hijacking the plane. so
Who could
that
have
happens.
thought this could happen?
So that happened. They fly now. Yeah, they fly now. But you're talking the likes of John Malkovich, Ving Rhames, Steve Buscemi, Danny Trejo, Dave Chappelle.
What?
These are the worst of the worst criminals in the U.S. penal system, and they hijack a plane, and Nicolas Cage just has to stop them. But my favorite part of the movie is at the very end, the end credits. They do one of my favorite things that a movie can do, where they play a song, in this case, Sweet Home Alabama, and then they show you, instead of showing the credits where they just roll like cast, they'll give you like a little clip of like each of the person just sort of smiling and being like that, and then it'll be like, Danny Trejo as, it gives you a little flavor.
Oh yeah, I know, I enjoy that. There's a charm.
I always
to
love
it.
that in a movie. It's always very charming, and then it's always like Predator does that, and like it's just sort of them, like it's a happy moment, and they're smiling, and they're like, yeah, and they're laughing, and it's like little outtakes or whatever. But save for the fact that the entire previous hour and a half, 2 hours of the movie established that every one of these guys were like multiple murderers, rapists, and terrorists.
Yeah.
So they're just giving you this like happy moment. You're like, yeah, those are my guys. I remember them. They were so funny. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, oh, that I loved him in that. He was such a like, what a beautiful character. And then you look it up, and it's like, oh yeah, that's the guy who invented the mega rape. Like, oh, I don't know.
Yeah, that is literally Danny Trejo's character in that movie.
I love Danny
Gravitas.
Trejo.
Oh, he's the best. Gravitas. What Gravitas says. Snake Eyes was another fun Nick Cage movie. I wholeheartedly agree. It's a very underrated Brian De Palma movie. And I especially like it because I was just in Atlantic City last weekend. So it is one of the very few Atlantic City movies. But definitely check that one out.
Atlantic City? Oh,
yeah.
I need to watch that.
Well, I mean, technically it's all set in one arena in Atlantic City. It's very much the sort of a locked room mystery, where the locked room is like 19,000 people at a boxing match.
Sounds great. Be right back. I have to let Bagel out of the room. I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick.
Yeah.
I'll make you quite large.
All right.
Yeah, I'll bring the ominous music back.
Let's get large. Let's get large.
I'll be right back.
Oh, my thoughts on Pig? I very much enjoyed it. I thought it was excellent. Pig is a movie that accurately portrays how literally everyone involved in the restaurant industry is either a criminal, drug addict, degenerate, or just unsavory character of some kind. It is a very accurate depiction of what high cuisine is like in any major city. So what else is going on in the chat? How are you guys feeling tonight? Are you enjoying this this Resident Evil walkthrough? I'm enjoying hanging out with you guys. Resident Evil 2 is like I said, I mean, last time I was on here, I said my parents didn't let me have video games, but eventually they let me rent a PlayStation for the weekend. And Resident Evil 2 is the one that I rented when I had some friends over, and we like just stayed up all night playing Resident Evil 2 and loving it. So this is probably one of my favorite video games of all time. Excited about the final Berserk chapter. I mean, excited, but also, obviously bittersweet. I mean, it's not going to be the final chapter. We're never going to get a conclusive end to the series, unfortunately. But I mean, what we do have is volume after volume of violent insanity. Have I read Berserk? Yeah. I'm thinking I've read Berserk. What are you guys gaming on these days? What's the next video game I should get into?
You have a PS5 or no?
I have a PS4.
Okay, that's fine.
Probably not. Yeah.
Nothing has
I
come
mean,
out on the
that's good.
PS5
That's
that's
good.
yet.
Yeah. I have heard very good things about the Yakuza series.
Oh yes, yes. If you haven't played those are very, very good. Also the person who said, Saddam Hussein, do you say Nier? Do you mean the first Nier, or do you mean Nier Automata? Because I haven't played the first Nier, but Nier Automata is really, really good. Nier Automata feels like playing a some sort of like very futuristic, depressing sci-fi anime. But the combat is done by Platinum Games, who did Devil May Cry and Bayonetta. So it plays just amazing. It plays so good.
Nier Automata?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
If you look it up, you'll immediately like probably recognize the characters from it. They're a very popular characters to see fan art and whatnot of around the internet.
I mean, I watched you play Control, and that looked awesome. So I was considering getting it. I was considering doing that, but honestly, I should probably just stick with Dark Souls because I really like the FromSoft universe, but I just need to commit myself to like really getting good at it.
Yeah. Oh, it's worth it. It's definitely worth it. But also, Control is very good, and they are really pushing that one right now because they're trying to like not only make a sequel but turn that into like a big franchise. So they're like letting it go for sale for like fucking bargain basement prices right now. Just see if you can find it real cheap. They were giving it away on Epic. It was like $9 on the PlayStation Store, or like $12 or something. It's like they're like giving that shit away.
Oh, the other one that I actually have been playing, but it's like it's way more of like a low investment. Like the chat asked me earlier, you put me onto it. Slay the Spire. I really that is just a good way of killing time during the day because I like it because like I can do it and like just browse the internet and just fuck around with other things. Like it doesn't take like full total commitment of my like brain cells to get, you know, it's just but I very much enjoy Slay the Spire. I have yet to beat the goddamn heart.
The heart's so fucking hard.
Is that even possible? Is anyone ever even done that?
I beat the heart just the other day. I've probably only done it like 2 times or 3 times. You just like I just
gotta keep
grinding. Usually
what's your best character?
The Silent.
Okay, I cannot. Okay, oh no, I thought it was the Watcher. I'm pretty good at the sound. The Watcher, I just cannot get into.
Yeah, I have a hard time with the Watcher as well.
I always have a hard time with the Watcher. I think my best is the Defect.
The Defect. Oh, the Defect is really cool. The Defect is really fun. I really enjoy.
Because like with the Defect, you can build like the hardest thing in Slay the Spire is just taking damage. And with the Defect, you can just like if you get enough orb slots, you can just build up so much blocking capability that like you can get through like any of the bosses.
The orb, my favorite to play if you play the Defect is the zero cost deck where you take all the claws and go for the eyes and stuff, and you can get a card called All for One that I think you do, but it puts all of your zero cost spells. That. It's so good if you get the deck for it. And the thing about
I usually do. I just try to build up the lightning and ice abilities, but I'm always going to get dark. And then if I get dark and get multicast or dual cast, you can fucking body. You can body heads with that.
It feels so good too when you can get like a dark build going. If you manage to get like 2 darks and whatever that the multi-hit attack that also makes a dark. Get like a little dark build going. It feels so good.
I mean, like, I like playing all of them, but, like, it just, the Watcher is the one that just always pisses me off. I can never get the hang of just entering Wraith mode.
It's, yeah, well, like, I die.
It's just a double-edged sword, because I always die, because, like, it's like, oh, yeah, like, I do all this damage, but I'm taking the exact same amount, so it just always seems pointless to me.
Yeah.
And I know the cards are very powerful, like, if you play them right. Like the Watcher's abilities are like really powerful, but it's just I don't know. Like I can never just get the hang of it, of like how to scry and things like that.
Oh yeah, I feel the same way. Like I don't. It's hard to figure out how to not get yourself killed in the process of doing it because like
Right?
You'll
Yeah.
be like, oh yeah, this is going great. I'm going, and then you'll realize like, oh shit, how do I get out of this? No, and then like,
Yeah, like you're just locked into something and then you're fucked.
yeah, and then you just get like murked because everything does double damage to you then. Ooh, I want to play that, Shock. World of Horror on Steam is like an old school point and click adventure game. Done in like an old style, like not even 8-bit, like earlier than that, black and white graphic, and done in like an art style of like a Junji Ito body horror manga.
Oh, that sounds cool. It's on Steam.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, it looks like a DOS game. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I like games like that on Steam that I can just sort of play in the background while I'm doing something else.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, that would be perfect for that then. Play Harvester. Ev, you need to finish. You need to get that Carnival machine.
1 second.
All right, he's gone. What you guys know where this fucking crank is? Oh, never mind, he's back. What is Harvester? Tell me more. What is this Harvester? Oh, and the World of Horror is like a roguelike format, so it's different every time? That's sick. God, I love that that's in now. You can play those games for like ever. Slay the Spire's like that too. Where you, every time it's different. So nice.
Is there, what was the game that's like Slay the Spire? Harvester?
I think it was World of Horror is the one that's like, it's like
World of Horror? It's
yeah.
sort of like a deck building rogue type game?
No, it's the one that's like a point and click, but it uses the
Okay.
the sort of like randomly generated seeded world so that every time you enter it, you're seeing different things, which is very cool.
All right, that's cool. World of Horror?
Yeah, and everyone's saying Harvester's
World
the
of
shit.
Horror.
No one's seems to be entirely sure,
All right.
like explain
All right,
what it is.
Harvester and World of Horror.
Yeah, I'm gonna write down Harvester myself. Stones and drop them all. Fire talk. Fire. Harvester is an FMV point and click.
Harvester is a bit. Someone is comparing Harvester to Manos Hands of Fate. All right, so.
Is Harvester the game where you're in the weird town that you find out is a simulation or whatever? I'm remembering like a weird old PC game. Yes! Is that it? Oh my god, yeah. That game is great. That's the one where if you fucking are, like, you yell at the kid who delivers the mail, he shoots you with a gun? Yeah, that game was great. I watched somebody play a long play of that on Something Awful, like, way back in the day. Yeah, Harvester is a fucking trip. Yeah, the kid that shakes you down every morning. Exactly. And if he tries to shoot you. And then you, like, have to break into your own house and find, because you live at your, like, mom and dad, and your dad is, like, tied up in the one room, like, bondage equipment and shit, and you, like, can't get out. God, what a weird game. That I thought was, like, lost to, like, the depths of I thought I dreamt that shit. I didn't realize that was real. God, what a game. Like, Willem to watch yeah, Illbleed would be a fun one, and I would love to have Willem for that. Illbleed is an extremely rare Sega Dreamcast horror game that somebody was very generous and donated to the stream. As long
as it's not Will Bleed, I'm there for it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, that's next. That's second. Outer Wilds looks, I saw Cohen stream that. Cohen is a ghost, who I assume you probably know from Twitter as well.
Oh yeah, I know Colin.
Cohen streamed that, and that looked awesome. That was like, you're in a solar system where the sun blows up in like a day, but every time it does, like, time restarts over at the beginning of that day.
Is that Outer Wilds or a different game? Because I had Outer Wilds on the PlayStation, and it's basically like Fallout.
In Outer Worlds.
Outer Worlds, Outer Wilds. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Outer Wilds is like an indie game where you're stuck in a time loop in a
Okay, that sounds awesome.
universe with an
Outer
exploding
Wilds.
star. Yeah. It's like about figuring out the mystery of why that happens and how to stop it.
Is it for Steam or like PS4 or anything?
I
Outer
think
Wilds?
it's on.
Where can I get it?
It's on PS4 now. I know it's definitely know it's on PS4. I think it might be on the Switch as well now, and it's definitely on Steam.
Okay, because like I had heard of that game where like you have 20 minutes to like you just you replay it over and over again as the world ends, and you try to just figure out what's happening.
Yeah.
That sounds very up my alley. I should definitely check that out.
Yeah, I watched Cohen play that. I was like blown away by it. It's like it wasn't really quite like anything I'd ever seen before, but it was so cool. It was very, very cool. Oh, and there's DLC coming out for it next month. Cool. Yeah, it's almost like an adventure game. It feels almost like if the kind of people who made games like Myst back in the day were like, well, let's use the 30 years of video game development to create a adventure with the same kind of vibe. Which is very cool.
I would love it if like I don't know, like Disney or Universal Studios or something, because now they have these theme parks that are like immersive experiences in like Star Wars or Lord of the Rings or something. I want someone to like make the Mist Island real and make it like an amusement park destination.
That would be awesome. That's such a full scale escape room.
You could do a full scale like island of Mist. You could come on. The Disney Corporation could do that with the change in their fucking couch.
Awesome. Yeah, exactly. For Disney, it would be nothing because money doesn't mean anything to them anymore. They just buy anything now. At least if we're gonna have to live in their world, they can at least give us the Mist Island. I think it's only fair.
Like. At this point, the Walt Disney Corporation should just like merge with the U.S. Treasury.
Just cut out the middleman, which at this point is the government.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like we're going to live in their universe until we die. So let's just go all in on it.
We might, why not? I think that's probably the call. Yeah. Oh, Fortnite. Yeah, I think I've heard of that. Real indie game there. That's the. I think Will was telling me before we started that the Chapo FYM recording, the sound alert you can do of Felix just like screaming bloody murder at some game is him playing Fortnite, apparently, which I really like. This versus Remake 2, they're different. You know, Remake 2 is obviously a much more modern game. But, there's something to be said for, like, the density of lore and flavor text in an old-style horror game like this that I really enjoy. It has almost a more... Whereas when you're playing the new Resident Evil 2, it's an action game, you know? You aim and you're pretty agile, and... Whereas this is much more of, like, it feels like an adventure game. It's very cool. Will should go on Chapo FYM. Have you heard of this Chapo guys?
FYM. I go in all the time. I still have like a perfect record in my Fortnite account because I play with them and I don't do anything and I just follow like Michael and Aaron around and they always win. So I'm like 3-0. I'm like 100% on my Fortnite account.
You're so good, yeah. Well, exactly. Will MENAKER go on Chapo? Yeah, because who are the Chapo guys, right? It's Felix Biederman, Bernie Sanders, and Nick Mullen.
Yeah, that's them.
I think.
No, I go on FYM on the YouTube nights where they're just curating all the various freaks that they're following.
Do you have any highlights? Who's your current one? I'm obsessed with League of Pigs right now, which is a British show where they race farm pigs and commentate it like it's like a British football match or something.
No, yeah, no, I saw that on the stream when like the video game wasn't like whatever game you were playing wasn't loading, so you just go to League of Pigs and it just like they just do races with these little piggies.
Yeah, it's great.
Very nice, very pleasant, very just sort of like chill vibes. You know, like you could it's like something to watch when you need to come down from drugs and you're trying to go to sleep.
Oh yeah, it's the final third of an acid trip viewing. Well, I
Yes,
just need to relax.
that's the best part. That's often the best part.
It is nice. My key memory of it is I remember one time when I was younger, I had tripped and I was coming down, and you know, it's like stimulating, you know, it like peps you up. And I was watching American Horror Story with my at the time housemate, and I was drinking a big rum and coke, and I just like because of I guess the effects on my body, I just wasn't feeling it, and so I just like kept having some more, you know, have a little more. Eventually it'll hit me, and then eventually I guess at some point it wore off, and I immediately suddenly snapped up, and it was like I am suddenly extremely shit faced. I've never
Yeah.
quite had an experience like that before, but it was just like immediate dumping onto me for it. Oh, there's the crank. Yeah.
Got the baseball crank. Let's go.
Ooh, I haven't thought about the baseball crank. It's so god. They don't make them like they used to.
He's still cranking.
Is he still cranking?
No, he's still cranking.
God.
I mean, he just had a column today about how he had a column today about how people who are taking horse pace are not the only people who need to be talked down from doing something stupid. And by that he meant that like people who are still worried about not going out in public or like getting COVID after they've been vaccinated should also need to be talked off this ledge, or they need to be like, I don't know, cajoled in some way to re-enter reality, which is sort of like I mean, I slightly share that point of view because I think, like, you know, people do need to come back to people need to like stop being afraid, but like that's with the proviso if you've gotten the vaccination, and it's like that kind of insanity. It's not killing hundreds of people every day. So I don't know if they're quite comparable, but I
Yeah.
mean that's why the baseball crank is the baseball crank.
He's the, you know, because he knocks it out of the park every single time.
Yeah, he is, as MK Iron Fist. Yes, he is New York's finest. That is very true.
Yeah, they actually named baseball after him. Not spending money at restaurants is murder also.
Yes, it's true. How would Bill de Blasio handle the Raccoon City zombie outbreak? I think quite ably.
Surely Bill de Blasio would have no problem handling this corrupt police force.
The Raccoon City Police, the Stars hates Bill de Blasio. They hate him.
You remember when the police in New York went on strike, quote unquote, and didn't arrest anyone for a day and crime went down?
Yep. Yeah. And like, look, I mean, say what you will about Bill de Bungler, and you know, he is mostly a stooge, like any New York City mayor, like by definition has to be. But he, you know, he ran on coming after Bloomberg. He ran on ending stop and frisk, and then immediately delivered on it within like his first day in office against the wishes of the very powerful New York Police Department union. So I think you got to give the Bungler credit where it's due in that regard.
To Bungler. Oh, Bungler was the best. Probably my favorite nickname any president's ever been given. This was back before we had Donald Trump to give people excellent cutting nicknames, and Oh Bungler was the most popular one. Oh god.
Yeah, this was like the pre-MAGA. This is the TCOT era of the internet. You know, it's just like where I think like, you know, this is when I joined Twitter. This is when like, you know, most people joined Twitter, and it was TCOT Twitter. That was in the MAGA of its day. And still to this day, I mean, Matt talks about it all the time, but like it will probably on my deathbed as like the DMT hits my brain, like the last conscious thought, yes, the great Cassix Jack, you are right. the teacup nickname for Obama, Barf Sack O'Crumbo. Barf Sack O'Crumbo. I think there's a likely possibility that will be my last conscious thought, as like as the last bit of oxygen leaves my brain cells.
Oh, and like I love all of those Obama. I'm just such a big fan of O'Bungler, just because like
O'Bungler.
because it's not like the word to bungle is like in common parlance. Like it's not like Obummer where it's like, okay, I get that. Like I get how you would get there.
I love the like to bungle, the verb to bungle something is so good. But I'm just imagining like, you know, like I'm on my deathbed surrounded by loved ones, hopefully, and then I'm just like, it's like, oh, he's trying to say something. What is it? What is it? Like, Dad, what do you want to say? And then I'm just like, Barf Sack O'Crumbo.
That's like, I think about this all the time. Like, I'm so terrified that someday I'm gonna be like an Alzheimer's patient and just like vomiting like the stupidest shit I heard of, like just saying like I'm so sick of white men's entitlement that I don't care that that baby got eaten by an alligator, like just shit like that, like vomiting out of my brain as it like melts away.
Yeah, because like you know, when you get into Joe Biden mode with your brain, when you get Biden brain, it's like, yeah, you get this like perfect recall of shit from like 40 or 50 years ago, which for us will just be the detritus of like absolutely degenerate internet culture.
It's going to be so fucking awful. I'm gonna call my fucking orderly at the mental hospital little homie gay ass. It's gonna be great.
My last words will be swarthy gender fluid child. It's just like, I mean, you know, for all the damage it's done to humanity, I mean, Twitter is perfect for creating, in its sort of short 142 characters format, like just so many of like the cellar door type phrases that will stick out in my head, just like perfect capsules of just absolute idiocy that will never ever be surpassed.
They're just, it's hard to, the like brevity of it really makes people have to cut all the fat off and just give you the real meat of the thing that they have to say. And it's great. It's just great for that. I'm laughing at my last words are, I'm gay actor Michael Douglas.
Someone says, Grandpa, it's time for your medication. I'll still keep drinking that garbage. I mean, and that's why it's so perfect Trump was president, because like, I mean, he did more with the medium of Twitter than any other human being ever has or will in the future. But I mean, again, like he has crafted so many phrases that will just I mean, it's the best thing he's ever done, honestly.
More and more people are saying this.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I realized of like all 4 years as Trump being president, and why I kind of miss him is that like it's so fun to talk like him.
If we could put him in an official capacity where he doesn't actually have any power and he just kind of gets to like post.
No, they absolutely need to give him his Twitter account back.
The tweet he did where he's like, Elizabeth Warren this evening thanked her husband at a fundraiser at their home. Thank you for being here. It's his house. He's supposed to be there. It's just like one of the best posts anyone's ever fucking done. And there was a thread going around that was like, what was the greatest piece of right-wing art? And that was the number one response was like that fucking tweet. You can't argue with that.
Just his Twitter account. Like that's it. Like there was the teaser for the new Matrix movie came out today. I don't know if you saw that.
And oh yeah.
Like you know, as bad as the sequels to the Matrix are, like it is undeniable that like that movie coming out in 1999 like did essentially craft like the dominant metaphor of like the 21st century and the world we live in.
Yeah.
And what I really appreciated about the teaser, and I was talking to actually Chris Person, if he's still in the chat here, I was talking about him earlier today. Where like if you watch the teaser, like it is very clear that like in the narration, and the poster for the movie is just the red pill and the blue pill, and it says "You choose." And obviously, like we know the Wachowskis, obviously like their response to how like that central pill based metaphor. I mean, the Matrix itself is what I mean is like the dominant metaphor of our day, but like specifically the red and blue pill obviously has become like a common parlance of like internet speak and internet brain. And obviously there are obviously complicated feelings about like the sort of diseased reactionary cast in which it's taken on a life of its own. But in the teaser for the new Matrix movie, the narration like very heavily emphasizes this idea that like this world, this artificial world that we've created has like broken containment, and now nobody can really tell the difference between fiction and reality anymore. And I thought that was a really powerful and interesting idea for them to play with as it regards the whole idea of being red pilled, and the whole idea of the
I'm going
Matrix
down
as this
there.
like
Stay here and wait
heuristic
for
to
me,
view
okay?
reality and like authority.
Oh
So
yeah.
I'm actually quite excited to see what happens with this new Matrix movie.
I mean, the potential is there, especially if that's the angle they're going for, because that is what it's like. You can't tell when anything's fucking real or not anymore, you know? We live in such like a disinformation society now for like so many different reasons, for financial reasons, for like purposeful disinformation warfare reasons, for people just creating misinformation because they can. Whoa! Oh, you hate to see it.
Now, was that an instance of being what is it Avi paused?
Yes, it is. Avi posited.
Okay, Avi
Certainly
posited.
is.
Okay.
Yeah, that guy was the throat goat. That's what I was gonna say at his funeral.
So you've made it this far. Not bad, girl. But I'm not letting anyone leave my town. Everyone's gonna die.
Calm down, Chief. What happened?
Shut up! You couldn't possibly understand what's happened. Those monsters from Umbrella have destroyed my beautiful town. How could they do that to me after everything I've done for them?
So it's true. You have been working with Umbrella. Then you must know about the G-Virus. What is it? Tell me!
If you must know, it's the agent that can turn humans into the ultimate bioweapons. Superior to the T-Virus.
How did I squash the beef with Zizek? I wasn't aware that I ever had beef with Slavoj Zizek.
William Birkin.
I'm sure you've already seen his little girl running around here somewhere. Sherry, isn't it? In case you haven't already figured it out. The monster that's been tearing my precinct apart is yet another product of the G-Virus. An ultimate bioweapon. Umbrella must be trying to cover its tracks. But if I have to go, I'm going to take you with me. My chest can't take the pain.
Nice.
This is one of the scenes I saw as a kid and I was like, I didn't know that could happen to a guy! And like, turns out it actually doesn't happen to people very often. But as a child, it was very, very scary to me. Ah, what a classic. Chloroform and other chemicals. I love there's like a dozen human skulls on this thing. Saw fresh blood is smeared on the blade. God, he was a real freak, huh? Look at this stuff.
This is his taxidermy laboratory.
Yeah. The room where he does his CBT and likes Casino Royale.
Yes, precisely. This is what happens when you don't take the horse dewormer.
Precisely.
then the horse worms just burst out of it.
The horse worms.
Yeah. This is a horseworm guy right here.
Yeah. Sure. I don't remember you at all. What a yucky guy. Oh wait, these are like the guys in the sewers in the remake. The like imperfect G's, I think.
The G virus, yeah, the G virus blobs.
Yeah. Oh shit, I unequipped my gun. You know what? I don't need to like stay around and check if you're fully dead. I can just leave. Not my problem anymore. Very wet. Yeah, the G virus is what happens when you listen to Ice Cube. I have to go back to Sherry now. Okay. That's
Oh,
fair.
I'm so sick of her.
I think Admiral Half Nelson's point is good. Looking to speculate, what animal do we think will next have a valuable gel paste or cream? You know, it's hard to say because horse would not have been my guess before ivermectin.
I'm gonna say alligator.
Alligator?
I mean, that's just because we're heading into the sewers in Resident Evil 2. But
Yeah.
of course, that's only in Leon's story.
You're gonna invent hawk balm. That's the next thing.
Yes, very good. Correct. That is what's coming next.
What's coming down? That's what's coming down the pipe next for Chapo is the
Falcon feed.
Yeah, exactly.
Falcon feed is gonna be my nootropic that I'm gonna fucking. It's gonna be basically just like ground recycled newspapers in a capsule, and I'm gonna sell that for $80 a bottle.
Oh god. I mean, that's the hustle. All the like right-wing grifter guys love to make love to sell like
the man who developed the G virus
a pill called like Brain Blade that costs like $50 for a bottle, and like
It's nothing.
there's nothing inside
I
of the
think I found a
capsule.
way out of here. We should be able to find someplace safe if we can just make it out of town.
Yeah, like Freedom Phone.
Don't worry, I'll
Precisely.
protect you. I promise.
That was a good
have to
one.
make sure
That was a
you
good
don't
idea,
leave
whoever
my
came up with Freedom
side.
Phone.
Leon, are you still there? We're leaving.
Pill's just full of soy.
It'll be all right, trust me. We found a way to the sewer. Follow us later.
Claire! Wait!
Alright, well. Keep going, Sherry. Got the next save point to reach.
And then I think I'm gonna probably have to clock out after that.
Oh yeah, that was my plan as well. I'm gonna clock out after that as
Okay.
well. That is exactly my plan as well. I'm surprised that you guys haven't developed your own nootropic yet. I think that would be actually a really good brand move for you guys. You guys could develop the first cure for poster spraying.
You know, I mean, like when all is said and done, the fact that we haven't, I always want it to be known that we never did sell out to that degree, because I never took advantage of selling my subscribers ground up newspaper in capsule form.
The history will look back on you and they'll say, Man, he should have sold those newspapers.
Come on, let's
Yeah,
get
they'll
out
say,
of
"What a fucking idiot."
Claire? Run!
I like that he still got pants on in the first one. I'm a big fan.
It's like the Hulk, you know. Somehow his pants stay on.
He's modest, you know. Okay.
Oh, she stinks.
Fucking owned. Okay.
Well, at least you don't have to escort her around like Resident Evil 4.
Yeah.
Claire! I'm here!
Yeah, Yoink is right. That. I don't know if I could save here is my only thing. I agree,
Well,
this
as long
is
as,
a good place to leave off.
well, as long as you're talking, as long
Sorry.
as you're talking about selling out opportunities, I should let the chat know that we will have a new merch drop coming very soon with some very cool baseball hats and t-shirts. It is our deep state line of t-shirts and baseball hats that is coming out soon. That is going to be very cool.
Oh, the collab you did with the Deep State.
Yep.
Hell yeah. That's sick though. When do those
We
drop?
have like within the next month or so, I think. I mean, just be on the lookout for it. We've got it's some very cool t-shirt designs dealing with dealing with some of the all-stars of deep state conspiracy brand. Yes, the Zapata oil hat will be included in it, along with along with a Vatican Bank Gladio t-shirt and a Golden Triangle t-shirt.
Oh, that's fucking awesome. MK, you just gotta buy a Chapo shirt and cut the bottom off and crop it. I think that's the future. Oh god, this is always happening to me. Not in the game,
these
just
bats?
in life in general. I think they're bugs. I think... Yeah, they're cockroaches.
Well, the cockroaches,
God.
disgusting.
Like cutting the Mona Lisa. I want to cut the the shirt, the Chapo tee. Ah, yes, the wolf medal. Oh my god!
Claire?
The like fucking sack of potatoes hitting the ground sound effect they used there? Gonna save it, right? Okay. Alright. Yeah, she got burked. And here we are, just as I was hoping. Alright, thank you so much for coming on, Will.
My pleasure. Always enjoy to hang out, vibe with the chat, talk movies, talk video games. What could be better?
It was a blast. Just, yeah. Guys being better than that. Alright, I'm gonna send this over to... We have a request to send it over to a friend of the stream, Dead Blossom Jesse, who has a goal set for himself, where if he gets 100 concurrent viewers, he's going to hook himself up to a dog shock collar. And so I'm just gonna dump everybody in there and immediately...
Well, there we go.
Immediately hit his goal. So...
Yeah, shock the shit out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Alright, thank you guys all so much for tuning in. And I will be continuing this tomorrow, and thank you so much for coming on. Alright, we got
Always a
10...
joy.
Always a pleasure having you. Alright, there we
Yeah,
go.
thanks for having me on.
104. Yeah, I'm just watching the number go over 100. Alright. Get him.